Di mo kuno ko makita. Kay ana man pero dili sa akong camera ako makita eh.
Hello, Gio. How are you?
Yeah, hello, Dr. Nav. Good evening. I'm fine. How
Very
about
good
you?
evening. And good to see you and have you on board.
Yeah,
All the
thank you
very best,
likewise.
right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Hello.
Hello. Okay.
Hello, Brother Harjot.
Hello.
Just an audio test. If you can hear me.
I can hear you.
I can hear you.
All right. Thank you.
Hello. Good evening, everybody. I would request everyone to please keep their audios on mute for the duration of this talk.
Hi everybody. Hi everybody.
Hello, Sir. I would request you to please keep your audio on mute.
हे सुरू आहे का मी बोललो तर
Hello, good evening, everybody. And I would like to welcome all the speakers and the attendees to the inaugural session of the Internship International University. We're gathered here today to lay foundation to the world's largest accessible internship-based and global institution. Before I'd start, I'd like to invite Dr. Pareen Somani, member of IIU's board, to deliver the opening remarks. Dr. Somani is a distinguished academic scholar with a doctorate in 5 fields of specialization. She's also the author of multiple books and policy papers. Dr. Somani, you have the floor.
Dr. Somani, you are muted. You are muted, Dr. Somani.
I am sorry. Okay. I was too excited. Thank you very much, Harjot, for your kind introduction. And thank you for inviting me here. It's my great pleasure to be with you all. On behalf of IIU, I would like to welcome Dr. Rashmi Lal from Australia, our Board of Trustee of IIU, Chief guest, Padma Shri Dr. Vijay Kumar Shah, co-founder and Asia head of IIU, Piyush Pandit, guest of honor, Kaubli D. Harvey, head of consular affairs, Embassy of Burkina Faso, New Delhi, Dr. Hari Krishna Maram, Vice Chancellor, Global Digital University, US, and Chairman, Vision Digital India, and all our esteemed speakers from around the world. Our moderator, faculty members, our organizing team, and all our delegates for joining the International Internship University virtual conference. Today, we are eager to share diverse and unified approaches pertaining to new virtual educational approach towards post-pandemic global education. IIU has successfully provided a platform which has brought us all together, global leaders to share expertise and students to look to the future with renewal hope and discuss innovative solutions that we can implement to build a future post COVID-19. During this pandemic, we have been enduring many challenges. We all know that. That has required us to reskill and upskill. In the contemporary new world, there is a requirement for all graduate students to possess certain skills before entering the workforce. IIU aims to build bridges that skill gap for students by providing best exposure to benefit future generation. IIU does this by focusing on initiating, building, and prioritizing the importance of learning with an internship-based dimension to ensure appropriate experience is delivered to the students. IIU is accessible to all individuals around the world and it takes a global dimension. Therefore, you can see that IIU will always support you and help to achieve your goals. But I too would like to share with all of you the three key important messages that will also help us to face challenges with resilience to grow to help our transformation. Number one, always be positive. Never fear change because every night turns into a new day. Remember, with a positive mental attitude, we can create positive change. Number two, seek strength from inside yourself, within yourself. Use this inner strength to create opportunity to build a better future. Through your resilience, help each other. Background, ethnicity, social, political, or religious lookout do not matter. Remember, we are all one. We are all one and we all have been through this pandemic together. And we all are going to come out together stronger. Number three, respect each other. Seek to resolve differences through understanding diverse viewpoint. Seek to the change you wish to create in the world. Remember, this is our world. This is our country. It is us by working together. It is only by working together that we can create a positive global change. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We at the foundation of IIU hope to provide complete accessibility to the most in-demand skills at the level of global equity to individuals across the world. I would now like to invite Mr. Piyush Pandit, the co-founder and the Asia head of IIU, to address today's speakers and attendees. Sir, you have the floor.
I can't hear anything.
Sir, you're on mute. Sir, you're on mute.
इंटरनेशनल इंटर्नशिप यूनिवर्सिटी की नींव रखने वाली पहली बैठक में सभी का स्वागत करना चाहता हूं। इंटरनेशनल यूनिवर्सिटी 195 देशों में मौजूद होने की मैं उम्मीद करता हूं। अपने वर्चुअल आधारित सर्जिकल मॉडल के माध्यम से दुनिया भर में सबसे अधिक मांग वाले उद्योग, कौशल तथा मुफ्त पहुंच प्रदान करने हम कई विश्वविद्यालय के साथ साझेदारी करने में भी विश्वास रखते हैं। दुनिया भर के छात्रों को एक वैश्विक पाठ्यक्रम प्रदान करके घरेलू और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा पाठ्यक्रम के बीच की खाई को भरने की उम्मीद करते हैं। शिक्षा के उपयोग की समानता और आवश्यक कौशल प्रदान करना हमारी नंबर 1 की प्राथमिकता है, जो आज के सिर्फ भारतवर्ष या फिर एशिया के लिए नहीं, पूरे विश्व के लिए जरूरी है। A very warm welcome on behalf of International Internship University. Welcome all dignitaries, speakers, and attendees on this digital platform. As education shifts and changes to suit current technological trends, and as the traditional classroom-based university becomes a thing of the past, it becomes increasingly important to address the future implementation for the students and academics who conduct their learning and teaching in a virtual environment. We have all seen a phenomenal interest in the growth of what people call as digital, online, or virtual. During this time, we have seen universities forced to go virtual, but we have planned and executed everything virtual, abiding by goal number 4 of United Nations. Inclusive and quality education for all, promote lifelong learning by 2030. Today is a common place to read that information and communication technologies are radically configuring the landscape of higher education, changing the nature of university. You will already know the vision, decrease in importance of the campus as a student log in from a distance to access courseware, new media technologies replacing traditional lectures, course being delivered and assessed over the internet, promising to make higher education available anywhere and at the time. Virtual universities have profound advantages, and I would like to mention a few points of them. Access to courseware from anywhere at the time. You are out of town on business, you can do your school work, your college work, your university work, or your research work back at the hotel. While you are waiting for a connecting flights or a between meetings, all you need is a laptop, other digital device, combination of structure and freedom. Online degree programs are built on a structure of weekly assignment and due dates that you must meet, whether it is taking an online test, posting homework, papers, and projects. You have the freedom to choose the best time to participate that sync with your schedule. Effective time management. And online education provides a welcome environment for the working adults who needs to balance work and family. Expanded view. Online degree programs attracts students from around the world who brings different perspectives from diverse culture, insight into other business culture, attitudes, and problem-solving approaches, can inform your own approaches to problems and opportunities. Immediate feedback on tests. If you don't have to worry and wait for the days the test result, you take your test online. They are usually scored when you finish. You can quickly see where you did well and where you need improvement. Sharpen digital skill. As you continue to learn and study in an online world, you will become confident and highly productive using interactive online tools such as online tests, drop boxes for homework, collaboration tools, email communication to faculty and fellow classmates, and video presentation by faculty. International Internship University, which is an virtual university, represents some exciting possibilities and capacity to figuratively shape the future. We proudly participate to the change that education is just a click away. Once again, I welcome to all of you and thank you so much for joining with us, and let's discuss about new era of education. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Before we begin today's main event, I would like the audience to observe a minute's silence in memory of those souls that we have lost due to the pandemic in the last year. May God grant strength to all the affected families and individuals.
सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामयाः
Thank you. I would once again like to welcome all the participants at today's event, laying the first foundations of the world's first and only virtual internship-based university. I'm Harjot Singh, macroeconomic policy specialist, and I'm joined by Giovanni Ryan De Quito. We will be your moderators for today evening, and we hope that the views regarding each speaker's perspectives on virtual education, internships, industry standards, and global curriculum are presented to us. I would now request all our attendees to focus on the screen for the introduction to the IIU model.
When you think about university, you think of a building, books in the library, classrooms, students roaming around, teachers, and a huge fees to get admission. Imagine a university which is not fixed at one place, where students can study at their own ease, at their desired locations, where the curriculum is updated with the technological changes and focus on the true things which matter in life. The university which focuses on developing mindset. The university which develops skills. We are talking about the contemporary education mechanism, the virtual university. International Internship University believes in inspiring, inventing, igniting young minds, cultivating excellence in every student by enabling accessible education at their own ease through virtual internships. Virtual internships act as a gateway to a world of knowledge application that was previously held behind closed doors for the fresh graduates. The ability to meet, speak, work, and collaborate with industry professionals from a diverse range of fields, such as engineering, business management, humanitarian fields, and much more, delivers insights that the students can foster for a lifetime. It bridges the ever-so-glaring gap between the demands of the corporate world and the pride of academia. We invite applications for PhD, Doctorate in Literature, Doctorate in Science, LLD honors degree from experienced personnel in various disciplines who have rich experience in their respective fields. The program is offered only to a select group of accomplished individuals. As a professional, a degree or additional degree will allow you to make a greater impact. The expedient way of showing the world your knowledge, abilities, experience, and talents is with your degree and use of your titles.
Thank you. I would once again, before proceeding, like to request all our attendees to please keep their microphone on mute during their session so that we could listen to the speakers uninterrupted. I would now like to welcome today's chief guest, the esteemed Dr. Vijay Kumar Shah. Dr. Shah is the recipient of one of India's highest civilian honors, the Padma Shri, for his work in medicine. He has worked effortlessly to advance oral hygiene and nutritional awareness across India over the course of his life. He has also worked closely with students and civil societies to create better awareness of oral hygiene and nutrition. I would now give the floor to Dr. Shah to share a few words.
Hello?
Dr. Shah, you have the floor.
Hello? Can you
Yes, sir,
listen?
hello.
Yeah. So I'm Padma Shri Vijay Kumar Shah, hailing from the Sangli, Maharashtra. So last more than 50 years, I am working in the field of health and environment. Actually, I am connected with education department also. When I studied in my school days, I studied in a residential school, which were teaching in the boarding school. And after graduation, I started my work in the field of education. I had done a literacy campaign in Sangli district. I am the pioneer of in Maharashtra Technical and Medical University, which I started with the help of the government of Maharashtra as the chief minister. Today, I want to tell one thing. There are our teaching system. There are different type of schools. You know, one school, the same maybe is the primary school or secondary school run by the or Jilla Parishad. One school is by private institute.
Sir, you got muted. Kindly unmute yourself.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Please continue.
Roma, ते बंद पडलं काय झालं?
कुठले?
Sorry, I think we are facing a technical issue. I would like everyone to be patient, and we will try to sort this out at the earliest.
आवाज येतोय का बघा?
Hello, sir. Yes, we can hear you.
Can you listen?
Yes, sir. Please
Hello?
continue. Yes, sir. Please
Yeah.
continue.
Say, I studied in an ordinary school. Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, you are audible, sir. You are
Yeah,
audible.
yeah. My question, now we are studying in the different this thing, and one student he is studying, getting a pre-education. Second one, he's getting some private society, he spent 10,000 rupees. And one student is spending more than 1 lakh rupees. There is an economical this thing. So the students, those are going to pass from the universities, the schools, say how much they will be having a different type of this thing nature. I think the government should do something similar thing, because they are going to say study the same syllables. Why there should be this thing? And about the distance education, I am very much favor of a distance education. Now to going to the college and spending a lot of money, it is not necessary. Even if I now see the student studying in 12th standard, they go to the private classes and just they appear for the exam. So distance education, it is going to be very helpful to the every people, even he is a student, he is a poor class people, or who is working somewhere and he want to take a degree. So I appreciate the virtual university is very important for nowadays, because it is going to save a lot of money. If I seen this thing, the university means a big building, big classroom, but it's not necessary now. You can have distinct education from the good teachers, and I think equally you can do lot of good thing. I actually, IIU University, I congratulate you, and I think it is going to make a lot of change in the world for everybody, for the education field. I thank you for calling me. I'm not an educational expert, but I got experience. The teachers are, if you have got a good teacher, they can change in your life. They can completely, I was a backbencher, but I'll tell you why teacher. When I studied in 11th standard, I failed in the prelim exam. So that teacher, he fired me, but other the teacher, he called me at his home and I used to go to his home, and in the morning he used to teach me. So there are that time as a teacher. I think that teachers and a student, there should be very close relation, just like a father, just like a teacher. Teachers are next to God. So I hope the teachers will do the better way. And I think our students should do contribute to the nation, to the first for the family, for community, and to the nature. I thank you all again. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Shah, in virtual university, there is no concept of backbenchers. There is no backbencher in virtual
Yeah,
university.
I know. So I called you. Say
you,
in
sir.
the life, even though I was a backbencher, I got a Padma Shri. I'm recipient of 60 doctorates. That is experience. And
But
luckily,
everybody is
I
a
got
front
a good
bencher.
teacher.
Everybody is a front
Good
bencher
teacher.
in virtual university.
Yeah.
But definitely we have to prioritize experiential knowledge in today's world. Experiential knowledge definitely has a much more important role to play in developing skills. So thank you for your words, sir. Thank you for sharing your perspective as well, and thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
I would like to invite today's guest of honor, Mr. Kolibalu Hervé. Monsieur Hervé is currently the head of consular affairs for the Embassy of Burkina Faso in New Delhi. He was previously a healthcare administrator in the country and has worked in advancing social healthcare policy in Burkina Faso. Monsieur Hervé has the floor now.
Request to unmute.
Monsieur Hervé?
Unmute, okay.
Yeah.
That was good. Okay, thank you to all of your distinguished invitees for this event, for this webinar. I'm so proud to be invited because of what? Because of education is the central thing of development, because everything, if you want to see tomorrow world, is based on today education. So that means if this pandemic had stopped everything, shut down, and shut many schools physically, and people are not meeting physically, children are not going to school, this is sharing everywhere in the world, because not if they say pandemic, that means it is everywhere, not an epidemic, but pandemic. That now this initiative is very good from IIU. We have just to support this initiative because now it is a test for everyone, for teachers, for students, and for parents. That means if in this way of digital school, how the parents have to be closer to the children, how children how to use to go with this new learning, and how also teachers how to take this habit to teach the children well and with tools. So what is very important on this is internet covering. If you take the system in one nation, if there is no sufficient internet in the country, it will be difficult for people who are in this need to apply for that kinds of scholarship. But the more important things for me is to just sensitize nations, states, governments, to focus on these things of internet covering for Wi-Fi or data, because you can also use your data and attend your classes if you don't have Wi-Fi. So to see what I can say according to my country, it will be a very positive thing because some people are also doing, but not everyone, because if you don't have this, if you are very far from the main cities and you are a worker and you want to improve your degrees in order to have, they say, just read something on your website. That means if you are a worker already, you can have opportunity to study and have again opportunity to work in international institutes. So that means discovering of internet is very important in the future. That means government has to put the policy, focus the policy in covering with fiber optic in the different countries. This will be a very good thing because we started some program with a small government in my country. We tried to implement the system of education for small pupils. But the problem was it will be difficult to cover every villages that, so I think they have solved that. And now they try to put it on radio. That means it's not very good. So what I said, it's very important to just sensitize, to just try, and also, your partners. The partner also maybe try to cover the international UNESCO, United Nations, to just let them feel interested on this field of putting finance to each country, or trying to organize each country to focus on internet covering. This is a few words I can say, but what is very important is even me, I'm very interested by this system of IIU. Maybe it can be something I will also apply in the very future, very soon. Okay, so I guess say my few words. It is maybe a new thing because I just try to also open your when I have seen some pictures of different countries. I try to go to see their profile. They say coming soon. That means maybe things are new, where you are building your system. I just hope that this system will be built and continue to grow well for everyone. And the most important thing is because this system is very hopeful for poor. If people don't have enough money to go to higher university, and they can have the same skills by attending the same IIU for cost free, that means it will be a big question for partners to get put and focus and give finances to this social institutes. Thank you for inviting me again, and thank you for all this consideration about me. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Hervé. Thank you for sharing your perspective on virtual education in Burkina Faso, and we hope that IIU will be able to expand and offer its services to individuals across the African continent over the course of the next few months.
Okay, thank you. We hope to. Thank you.
Our next speaker for the session is Dr. Ravinder Rana. Dr. Rana is a distinguished scholar and academic in the field of economics. He's a professor at NWU Business School, South Africa, and he has previously worked as a member of the faculty across several renowned institutions in the world. I would like to invite Dr. Rana to present his views on new age education and internship-based concept that we at IIU hope to achieve. Dr. Rana, you have the floor. Dr. Ravinder Rana? Sir, you have the floor.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Can you able to hear me now?
Yes, sir, we can hear you. Thank you.
Yes, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a proud privilege for me to be part of this international conference or webinar organized by the International Internship University. And I must thank the organizers, different organizers and moderators, the participants and speakers. The topic is very, very important. It's virtual education is trying to change the shape of this world. In fact, as a matter of fact, education is considered to be the progressive discovery of a human being. So for the past few centuries, education has been made lots of contributions for the human development. Now, if you look at the education, the way it has progressed for the past 2 to 3 decades, that is phenomenal. So particularly with the advent of the distance mode education or online education, that is also trying to take its own roots. And it is well probably grounded. The online and distance education across the globe has been well grounded. Now, universities such as IGNO, Indira Gandhi National Open University, Ambedkar Open University, and so many UNISA in South Africa, University of South Africa. So these are the distance mode universities. But all these 25,000 universities across the globe, ladies and gentlemen, they are always charging phenomenal fees, the excessive amount of fees. For instance, there are lots of Indian students going to UK, USA, Australia, and other European countries, paying billions and billions of dollars to those countries. Now, institutions such as this International Internship University, we need to develop that, and we need to work harder in order to promote the education and in order to probably provide the education for free or with the minimal charges to the downtrodden. That's what is important. We have a saying that an ordinary teacher probably he tells, a good teacher explains, a better teacher demonstrates, and the best teacher inspires. And we got Vijay Kumar ji, he was sharing his own experiences while he was a student many years ago. And he was being inspired by his teachers. So we are here to inspire, and we are not the money that we earn that is going to be mattered, but the inspiration, how you inspired your own student and what that student is going to do for not only for himself, but for the country, but the world in general. So that is what is important, ladies and gentlemen. And this education is the only weapon which can able to make a scavenger son as a collector of the country, or IAS officer, or IPS officer of the country. A rickshaw puller's son can become a medical doctor, and maybe an auto rickshaw driver or a farmer child can become an engineer, or probably an ordinary person can become a prime minister or president. So education has got that power, and we must value that education, and we must try to provide, because there are so many countries in Africa, more than 55 countries in Africa. Many of them, the children, they do not have proper funding to study. So if the institutions such as this can able to provide the educational opportunities, and so therefore we need to promote that. Education is the only one which can empower us, which can also connect us, which can try to unite us. With this, a few remarks from my side, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to thank you, the organizers, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rana. It's a pleasure to have your perspective as a member of the SSRN on the world's first and only virtual-based university model. Our next speaker is someone with experience in virtual-based education solutions. Dr. Mohammed Samir Nada is the CEO of VLabby, which provides applications and virtual solutions for educational programs around the world, and especially in Egypt. He has received several awards, including the Alesco Mobile Applications Award in Science for the Arab regions in 2017. I would like to invite Dr. Nada to provide us his perspective on the world's first virtual-based education platform. Dr. Nada, you have the floor.
Thank you so much for inviting me in this great international conference. Please, could you let me share screen, please? I want share screen. Can I share screen? Yes. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you so much. It's clear now. Yeah. Thank you
Yes,
so
sir.
much for your invitation to me. It's my pleasure to participate with you in this great international conference. Also, I'm very happy to share with you some point about the role of virtual labs in online education for school students and how to provide interactive practical e-learning anytime, anywhere. At first, I will introduce myself to you. I am Mohammed Nada, founder and CEO of VLABI. I have a master in education technology and also PhD researcher in education technology at Damietta University. And also I am computer lecturer in some computer institute in Damietta. I am owner of the Alexa Prize for Arab mobile applications, and I was selected among the best education innovators in Africa. And also I was selected among the education innovators in world by United Nations to participate in Zero Project conference in Vienna. Directly, we have three types of student interactions in e-learning platforms. The first type is interaction between student and content. It is most researchers say this type is the most important from interaction in e-learning. So once a student access learning materials such as multimedia or lecture, they should be able to use it their own way. This is a very important types of interactions, and also we have another interaction such as student with teachers and student with other students. Today I will discuss the opportunity of student interactions with content in e-learning platforms, and we have a four type of interaction with content. The first one with text and image only. This is normal through normal website or PDF. This type doesn't allow student to interact with content. The second type through infographic or video, in which the focus of visual sites such as animations and motion graphic. This type is able to communicate information better, but there are still a few opportunities for interaction with the student. Finally, through interactive simulation programs, it is a program that enable the student to pass through the same real experience, but through virtual environment. Here, a student's role is very important and active during learning, and also be fully controlled in his learning, such as virtual labs, such as VLABI platform. As we know, science experiment is very important to improve understanding of our student, and also it is the most important activity that was affected by closed school due to COVID-19, as it is very difficult to conduct most experiment at home. So due to coronavirus, we have many problems in traditional laboratory in most schools in world, such as crowded labs and closed school, and depend in theoretical teaching in all online education platform. In addition to some dangers of experiment and the lack of chemicals and time, and also the high cost of labs setup. So we create the first virtual labs platform for school student in MENA that allow a student and the teacher to conduct science experiment anytime and anywhere, that simulates the traditional laboratory and has all lab equipment and chemicals and customized for each student according to his curriculum. So provides them unlimited science experiment anytime, anywhere, without any dangers. Also, we try to save the money and the time of teachers and the schools. It was very easy. A student can be enter to VLABI and choose the experiment and conduct this experiment according to his curriculum, like this video. And also in Blackboard include many theoretical framework and a lot of interactive activity about this experiment. We try to cover a lot of experiment in all fields of science, such as chemistry and physics and geology, and also at levels in pre-university education to help a lot of school students to learn by practical way at home. And also, VLABI can help teachers and science teachers to explain practical experiment in online sessions by Zoom meeting or any tools of classroom. And also, VLABI is available now in Arabic and English language. And also it's available in sign language to help students with disability hearing. And also by the gamification system and educational games on VLABI, which help students to compete with their friends and help the teacher to make a score of their student. Finally, VLABI also to provide safe environment for our student. So we have a many dangerous experiment in our curriculum. Finally, I would like to take quickly navigation in our platform VLABI. It's vlabi.com. Student can be register, can be make account in our platform, and then go to labs. Here student and teacher can be choose any experiment according to his curriculum, and then he can choose curriculum from here, and then select any experiment from here, and then in our platform he can choose between English or Arabic language. And also it select the tools of this experiment from here, okay, according to this box. This is not video, this is interactive simulation program. Student can be do anything in this virtual labs. And also with very easy, teachers can explain this experiment in online sessions without any cost, with a vertical cost, without any efforts. Yes, this is experiment in chemistry. Finally, I hope to introduce our solution to improve interactive education in online platform. And I hope to join our platform and enjoy with conduct some experiment according to your curriculum. And thank you so much for your time. And I hope to participate with you a lot of solution of us in future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Samir. That was an excellent presentation, and we hope that we're able to use solutions like that in a virtual-based model as well. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mr. Kevin Ward from the United States. He's a teaching professional and currently works with individuals and organizations on professional training and coaching. He has vast experience in several roles, including as a teacher, as a motivational speaker, and in organizational leadership. I would like to invite Mr. Ward to share his perspective on the importance of a virtual-based accessible education model. Mr. Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to be here for this great conference. Honored to be included among such distinguished guests, and appreciate the effort of International Internship University. As I have a real passion about education, a former teacher, and always the heart of an educator, I entertain a few questions in regards to education that I think we need to consider in the post-pandemic education scenario. And one of them that I've really think about and consider is, have we imprisoned learning? Have we put in jail the opportunity to learn in brick and mortar buildings and tied them to hardbound books and the like? And that concerns me, because learning should be such a greater endeavor. It should be broader. And one of the things I appreciate about what IIU is doing is broadening that, so that we take advantage of all of the many resources that are available. And it really then allows us to begin to think about learning rather than being locked into an education format that is tied down. So I'm glad to see that we are maybe opening the door to take learning out of prison and expanding it to a much greater audience. The second question that I have to think about as part of this is, have we imprisoned people's minds? And it concerns me that our current education models are primarily based at a knowledge level and primarily assessed through traditional written testing. And we put so much stock in that, and that concerns me, because knowledge is great. It is very helpful to have a lot of knowledge, but the problem with our current systems is that we stop there and we are satisfied with just knowledge. Whereas if you look at Bloom's taxonomy and consider the whole concept of learning and life, we want to go much farther than just traditional knowledge. And one of the things that I appreciate that IIU is doing is to the concept of internship, application and real skills. And the other concept is competence. Much of education is about knowledge, not competence. And I appreciated prior speakers' simulation process, virtual. That's really great, because the more we can open up opportunity for young people, or anybody for that matter, to be able to learn by doing, we have broadened the learning potential and the learning opportunity. So very important that we unlock those opportunities beyond the mind and include other parts. And I appreciate the fact that being not tied to geography, and that it being virtual, the interaction that we can have among various cultures. One of the things that will help most anyone is to learn how to operate and behave within a variety of cultures, because we have now become very international regardless of where we are. And then the third question that comes to my mind in regards to our education models is, have we pardoned or let out of prison irresponsibility? And one of the things that I like about IIU's model is that since the opportunity to learn is not tied down, that people during their learning time can be involved in work, they can be involved in life, and they are not tied to a focused social and cultural arena at just one school. That you begin to learn other cultures and have learn the responsibility of how to interact with other people, rather than just a select group of people at a university physical building or whatever. And so I think these are some good questions for us to consider. And I appreciate that IIU has really has gone to the point of trying to address it, not to mention the fact that the costs are limited for people. Education and learning should not be at a high price. It should be available. And so I appreciate what IIU is doing. I appreciate the lead you're taking in looking at education beyond the pandemic. And one of the bright spots in this pandemic is it's giving us an opportunity to stop and reconsider a lot of things, including how we approach education. So thank you to the leadership of IIU and the founders for being innovative and forward. And I look forward to hearing from the rest of the speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. I think it's very important to ensure we break down the traditional educational barriers and work towards access in the new age, where we're able to provide all the skills. I'm now going to yield the floor to my fellow moderator, Giovanni Dequito, who is an educationalist in the Philippines.
Every day may not be good, but there's something good in every day. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, to all the speakers all over the world. It's truly an honor to share this platform, to be hosting the International Internship University. I'd like to commend my partner, my co-moderator, Mr. Harjot Singh. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Of course, the persons behind IIU. Our next speaker is a guest lecturer at several institutions around the world. He is also the Education Ambassador of the Global Academy for Human Excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome from the Philippines, Dr. Chris Zita, to present his views on the accessibility of education around the world. Your virtual applause, please. Dr. Chris, the floor is yours.
Yes, good evening, everyone. So again, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the organizers of this international event, especially IIU. Okay, so, and of course, the moderator, who is also from our country, Dr. Gio. Thank you very much. So again, it's a big opportunity for all of us gathered here to at least discuss this important matter that we are facing nowadays. We all know that the pandemic has brought a lot of chaos or problems around the world, not only in the health system, but more on, of course, our educational system, not only in our country, but in the whole world. So before I start, let me take part of the United Nations Education 2030 Ancient Declaration and Framework for Action. It is written there that the United Nations reaffirmed that education is a public good, a fundamental human right, and a basis for guaranteeing the realization of other rights. And that is virtually true and realistically true. It is essential for peace, tolerance, human fulfillment, and sustainable development. We recognize education as key to achieving full employment and poverty eradication. We'll focus on our efforts on access, equity, and inclusion, quality learning outcomes, and within a lifelong learning approach. So we're talking about lifelong learning approach, which was, of course, part of the discussion of Dr. Ward, wherein, of course, we were brought up with the traditional mortar and pestle or mortar and brick classroom or four corners of the classroom where we get all the learnings. But then again, of course, if we would like to answer this cause, learners with special needs should be given proper access to education. Learners will be treated equal and will be part of a normal classroom setup to prepare these learners to become assets of the country instead of being liabilities. Or in the simple sense, they will not just be waiting for what the country should give to them, but rather what they will be part or they will be part of the workforce that will bring progress for their society, especially now that we are on this global pandemic. And of course, the skills that we need to have are changing every now and then. So we need to really cope up with the ever-changing world of our globals or our society. So how can this be done? Many people, many educators, parents, learners are cramming or telling that education should be freeze or should stop. But then again, of course, taking into consideration the United Nations Declaration, flexible learning must be adopted at all costs, especially when there are pandemic, wars, or any catastrophes that happen or had hit a particular area. So what are these flexible learning options? So again, flexible learning options can be defined as an alternative ways to provide learners who are identified as at risk of failing or students at risk of dropping because of this problem that we have facing or we are facing nowadays. For those who are not able to engage with the mainstream schooling, because we all know that we have learners who are fast learners or learners with different needs, just like they are affected by because they are overage and don't want to go to normal school. They might be working individuals and those who have financial challenges and of course family concerns. So some suggestions for the different flexible learning options. We may adopt e-learning. So from the word itself, this is the electronic means that can be accessed outside the physical classroom. Or we can use the blended learning, a combination of the asynchronous and synchronous method, meaning it's an online classroom and a face-to-face learning environment. Next is we have the computer-assisted learning, or sometimes it is called the augmented reality. Computer managed instruction. Instead of teachers doing all the activities or all parts in teaching, computers are used to manage the instruction. Next, which is of course very familiar to all of us, especially for professionals who would like to at least improve their skills or to give added skills to their craft, distance learning is applicable. So this is an approach where learning groups are separated and students, teachers, and learning materials are connected through the use of telecom or telecommunication systems. There are also what we call independent learning. So it is an autonomous approach of learning in which an individual is given the leeway or free will to pursue his studies wherever he is or whenever he wants to, depending on his interests. Globally, mobile phones are everywhere. So we can use also mobile learning. So from the word, learning accessed and conducted by mobile devices such as phones and tablets. Multimedia learning. So it's a mixture of various learning media such as text, videos, graphics, and many other forms of multimedia that can really give or answer to the needs of our learners. We also have the open or online learning, which is learning without having to physically attend classes. So this is a new way or new form of educating students. Actually, this is not a new form, but this has been used by several universities and colleges all throughout the world. But then again, people or students and learners, most especially teachers, are just afraid of using the online learning approach. Another is online or open learning education. So studying with the intent of getting international credits and recognition without having to go to a university. This form of learning is often aimed for individuals desiring to pursue their postgraduate courses but are unable to do so in a physical setting. So they rather have this in an open learning or sometimes distance learning. Okay. Then of course the virtual learning. So virtual learning, just like the example or the platform that was expressed or presented to us by our friend from Egypt, Dr. Nada, our friend. So it is a way of teaching and learning delivery through the internet that also involves assessment, tracking of students, and collaboration with learners. In the Philippines, because of the different geographical locations of each islands, we incorporated 4 types of distance learning. We have modular distance learning. So we provide learners with modules or books for them to read and to at least do some of the activities, or oftentimes we call it as a home learning or homeschool learning. Another is online distance learning, which is of course the delivery modality where the teacher facilitates learning and engages learners' active participation using various technologies connected to the internet. And of course, a traditional way, but then again, it can be modernized. We can use or modify the TV or use the television and the radio as a form of instruction, wherein lessons are recorded and are broadcasted in every part of the country at a specific time. And then, of course, we have the blended learning, wherein it's a combination of either the modular, the online, the TV-based, or the instruction or the radio-based instruction. So how can this happen? We all know that teachers and parents are cramming or having problems with this. There are so many e-learning platforms or mediums that we can use. We can have or incorporate Edmodo. Okay, so we all know that Edmodo is an educational technology company which offer communication, collaboration, and coaching platform or a learning management system. Then we have a Quipper. Of course, this is popular in Japan, Indonesia, Philippines, Mexico, which is a company wherein its primary service is an online learning management system also. We can incorporate Microsoft Office 365 or Microsoft Teams. We can use Google Classroom or Google Meet. Flipgrid, of course, Zoom, that's just like what we are using now, a platform wherein everyone can connect and appreciate what is the world around us. And of course, the very popular social media platform, the Facebook, because we can have the Facebook Messenger and a Facebook Messenger classroom or rooms. Now, education must continue no matter what happened. And despite of these problems and pandemic, different institutions, organizations, non-governmental organizations, and even schools are offering such different kinds of education system or virtual education. So IIU is one of this, and I salute IIU for doing their part or for answering the needs of our learners all throughout the world without being physically present in their university. Many of us will be able to be given additional credits or additional degrees or additional learning or continue learning even at the comfort of our homes. We all know that technology will be part of our life for as long as we need it. And again, technology will not evolve if we will be left behind. So it's just a matter of working together. Technology and human technology or human beings will be partner for a lifetime, or there will be husband and wife doing all the chores for their children to be able to at least accomplish or be able to modify education and give their learners the what we call lifelong learning, which will provide them a better future for them. So I think we should embrace technology together with education so that every one of us will have an equal right. Technology doesn't mean only using the internet, but likewise using what technology has brought to us, especially the equipment or the digital devices that are present around us. So again, my pleasure to be here and to represent our country, Philippines, and hope to see each other again in another platform or in another conference to share and care to everyone. Again, this has been your uh, speaker from the Philippines, Dr. Chris Zeta, saying thank you and good evening.
As said, education is a lifelong learning process. Thank you, Dr. Zita. We appreciate your clarity of expression.
Thank you, Dr. Zita. I would now like to introduce Dr. Hari Krishna Maram, who is the Vice Chancellor of the Global Digital University of Vision Digital. Dr. Maram, you have the floor.
Yeah, digital greetings to each one of you. It is wonderful to connect each one of the esteemed panel members of this wonderful initiative started by International Internship University. I think it's wonderful to go through the concept, what you people are bringing to this world. Because during this pandemic, I think most of you people agree more than 1.5 billion students across the world unable to attend the physical classes in universities, colleges, and schools and primary centers, from the primary education to the PhD. And everything across the world is going through online. And the number of cases which are increasing and the way things are happening across the world, including India, I think next 6 to 8 months, we will have this the crisis, the pandemic situation across the globe in different seasons and different months. So when it comes to India, India is again a largest education system of the world, with more than 1,050 universities and 49,000 colleges, 8 lakh primary schools, and more than 2 million play homes. With all together, we have closely 380 million students, which is one of the world's largest education system. So here also, most of the previous esteemed speakers was talking about how most of the universities and colleges are invested their entire money, their entire efforts on the infrastructure. Because if you see any university in this world, their major investment is gone to the infrastructure. And today, this entire infrastructure we are unable to use because of the lockdown. Even the promoters, even the stakeholders, the student, faculty, parents, they're unable to visit the university and college. So now everything is going using the technology, using the online. Today, this wonderful webinar connecting with wonderful speakers from across the world is going through online, and now we are able to connect using the technology. So I feel the future is technology, and definitely these kind of initiatives are required in this world, because what is happening today is, as rightly mentioned by my previous speakers, today the kind of fees the university they charge, the kind of investment one students are making today in this pandemic, most of the students are realized, including the parents, that all the investments whatever going to take admission in Harvard or Stanford or Kellogg's or Wharton or Oxford or Cambridge, but everyone is online now. There is no use of having an offer letter to study in Harvard and sitting in their hometown in somewhere in this world and attending the classes. So So I think as I was listening to Padma Shri Vijay Kumarji, so the way education evolved in this world, and especially in India, India is known as Viswa Guru because we have a universities like Takshashila, Nalanda, so wonderful universities thousands of years back, and there is no roads, there is no flights, there is no ships to transport, to travel. And even though people from across the world, more than 40 to 50 countries, used to walk for miles for a month to come to India to study. And today, now we are our students, millions of our students, going to other countries and investing as billions of money to study in a higher education scenario. So I think digital education, online education is the need of our today, and everyone is realized now today. There are finest examples today. One of the Indian edutech company that is called Baiju, where we are familiar with the promoters. They just started 5-6 years back into the market, and today they are the #1 edtech company within a short span of 5 years with the valuation of $16 billion. Can anybody imagine? So there is even including the Harvard, including the Stanford, their revenue their market capitalization is not even equivalent to this much money. And today, the oldest university of this world, the existing university, the Oxford University with more than 1,000+ years of history, they don't have a more than 4 to 5 million students till now who enrolled in different courses. But today, the Baiju, the Khan Academy, the other edtech companies, these people are enrolling millions of the students, and people sitting at the home, they can able to attend the classes and attend the sessions delivered by the professor of Harvard, professor of MIT at their convenience. So this is what the technology can offer to this world. And today, even this in pandemic situation where all the companies are growing negative, today only the technology companies, especially the edtech companies, are growing so fast, and they are able to show the double-digit growth where all other industries are going the minus growth. And today, if you talk about the top 10 companies of the world, again, these are technology companies, including the Amazon, including the Microsoft, including the Tesla, including the Facebook, including Google. These are the companies which are able to grow. So I strongly feel the education to be changed, and the investments towards the infrastructure. All the promoters should think of investing the money on technology than only infrastructure, because this pandemic is not going to be a last pandemic. This is just a beginning after 100 years of the history. This is just a beginning, and we don't know where is the end of this current pandemic, when we are going to see again the other good days. So I think everyone, including the promoters, including the stakeholder, should think alternative in education. So alternative is only the technology education. The alternative is only through this. So through this, I think we can able to make millions of the students the knowledgeable, because today the affordability, the sustainability, today the traveling to this world is becoming very difficult. And today, when you look at especially country like India, we have an advantage of the demographic dividend. That is the largest Indian population out of 1.35 billion people. 60% is a young population. We have 60% of our population are below 35 age, and these are the people who are going to enter into the universities and colleges. So if these people they have to spend lakhs of money on education, it is very difficult. So our national education policy, which was just released 6-7 months back by Indian government, is talking of setting up this digital education, online education. So I think I strongly feel that the future is the online and technology education, and this is going to change the way we study, the way we live. So thanks for this wonderful opportunity and wonderful to interact with each one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Maram. Right, we definitely should be focusing on technological solutions for our education needs of the future. We have a huge human resource dividend in India, and I'm sure that IIU's intention is to capitalize on that human dividend with technological solutions. I thank you once again for your views.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, partner. At this time, I will be introducing our next speaker, all the way from Geneva, Switzerland. She is currently pursuing her master's in international affairs with specialization in global security. She is currently working with the Geneva Consulting Network and is focused on studies in community resilience and mobilization. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome with your virtual applause, Ms. Sargon Lalia. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Giovanni, and thank you to everyone for organizing this event, and as well as to the founders of the IIU. I think it's a great mission. Being a student myself right now, and also working in a consulting firm, as well as interning with a UN organization, I've seen how this pandemic has impacted all parallels of society, but I'm seeing most closely the impact it's had on students here and students across the world. Our entire learning program shifted online and has been online for the past, for over a year at this point. And I can see how it's impacted people's opportunities to learn, as well as, opportunities to work and find work in Geneva, especially, and I'm sure across the world as well. So in this context, I started working with the United Nations Institute for Training and Research. And over the last year, we've worked on taking our training modules and our education materials from obviously from in-person trainings to online trainings. And I think that's been a huge learning curve for us, because as everybody else, we were just as unprepared for this pandemic. We didn't see this coming, and it completely flipped the script in terms of how we do our work, in terms of the way we do our work and the way we interact with people. And it's been very interesting translating a lot of our training programs to online materials and to online programs. And I also see that it's been very difficult for people to adapt as well, especially when it's, it's in areas such as Jordan, where we used to run an entrepreneurship program, and now we're trying to do it online. But as one of the speakers mentioned earlier, it's almost impossible sometimes taking these programs to these people because of the lack of infrastructure in these countries and in these regions. So I think with the IIU, it's very important that we're putting in effect these programs which allow people obviously to upskill themselves in the middle of a pandemic, so they're prepared for a post-pandemic world and for a post-pandemic career especially. And it's also important that we're developing new ways of functioning and new ways of coping, developing new systems of education, new systems of skill development, which obviously we need in times like this, but also in regular times as we adapt, as we talk about this global village. And it becomes important that all the knowledge and the technical skills we have in one place are transferable to people across the world. And that's how you create a level playing field in terms of employment opportunities, in terms of education opportunities. So in that context, I welcome the initiative that IIU is taking, and I welcome the changing face of education and skill development that it's promoting. And I'm happy to contribute in any way that I can, be it through my personal inputs as well as through working with the UNITAR. I think this is something we must take forward to make education accessible for all, but also to allow people equal opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Sargun.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lalia. As said, the late President Dwight Eisenhower once said, leadership is the art of getting someone else to do something you want done because he wants to do it. At this point, let us pay attention, pin our ears back as we call on our next speaker, who is the founder of Yes You Can International, a nonprofit based in United Kingdom. A renowned inspirational speaker, author, and youth mentor, we would like to invite Dr. Elizabeth Lucas to share her views on challenges of education. Virtual applause, please, for Dr. Lucas. Ma'am, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, good day, wonderful people. All protocol observed. Let me first of all seize this opportunity to express my gratitude to the founder and president of this organization, International Internship University, and also to appreciate the hard work put together by the organizers of this event, including our wonderful moderators. Thank you. And I really appreciate the time I'm spending with you today and for inviting me. Also, I would like to recognize all the excellency, the distinguished guest speakers, because we are here for a one purpose, to push or to move our education system to another next level. So I want to say you are welcome. International Intensive University. I want to praise you for this organization because we all need it at this time. Let me use my daughter as an example. She studied fashion design for the past 3 or 4 years. She's been working hard. Sometimes there's no job, especially during this COVID. Sometimes they have to work from home. But why am I sharing this with you? Because she believes that even if there is no job out there, she can still voluntarily work and continue to enjoy the atmosphere of employment and also to keep learning while it's working. So she is doing intensive for the past 1 year that we've been locked down in UK. So I believe, and I want to praise you, that this university is really a great university for this moment. Now, the topic for today is we need to talk about how are we going to move forward in our education system after this COVID pandemic. But let me first of all inspire you. This is the moment of refreshing. This is the moment of reevaluating ourselves and what we do. This is the moment of renewing move this education forward. This is also the moment to restart. It's not too late to restart something. It's not too late to renew our mindset. And it's not too late to start afresh a new skill regarding our education. So it is very, very important that we continue to do that. So Why am I here? I'm an inspirational lady, author of a book called Yes You Can, and CEO of Yes You Can International UK. So I just want to encourage you this afternoon with the short period that I have. A successful person is a person who is capable of making the critical and bold decisions to reach desire and meet a goal. But then can only happen through change mindset or renewing our mindset. A renewed mindset will transform our lives, our career, and even our educational system. So after COVID, things are not normal anymore. So the way we do things are not normal anymore, especially in education. So we can see that this is the time, or this is the realm of technology. So it is very important that we are ready. We are ready to adapt to change. We are ready to adapt to approach change and also be ready for flexibility. This is the time. Because if we don't do this now, we are not going to move forward. It is very important that we learn new skills. It is also important to be willing to learn from others. Because we cannot study or focus on only what we knew. Let me say, for example, some of us study one particular subject in class or in our education. And our desire is when we finish this job and when we finish this study, we want to work in that line. But conditions change. Things no more be the same, especially during this COVID, has opened the eyes of many. So it might be possible that what we've learned in school, we cannot practice it now. But the question is, are we because of that sit down at home lamenting, sit down at home watching and doing nothing? No, we can't. And that is why I praise this intensive international university, because it encourages us as a student that it's not only what we've learned, and it is not it's not only what we've learned that we want to practice, but we can also build up other skills. That is why I praise this international intensive university, so that we are not being blamed. We are not being frustrated or being disappointed because our expectation is not being met. So that we can encourage these students that while we are still waiting for your well-paid job, you can still continue studying the same skills. All what you just need to do is to look for an organization that is doing it, and then apply for it, go for it and work there. While you are working, even though they might not pay you, you are gaining knowledge. You continuously study. That is why I like this intensive university, because it's totally different. It's going to be teaching people more skills, preparing them. You will agree with me that our 4 years, 3 years, 2 years in university, we can't learn it all. That's why this university is there, because it's a continuous journey. It's a continuous learning. So whatever you've learned in university, you can also continue learning it until you are now satisfied and you get the proper job. So that is very, very important. So I just want to encourage you as well to let you know that this is the time to rechannel ourselves, to refocus, to regenerate, to do things even more than what we're doing before. Be willing to know more. Because without this, we cannot progress. Yes, it is true that corporately, we've gone through this COVID, but we are coming out of it for a better change. We are coming out of it for improvement. We are coming out of it for better performance. We are coming out of it for new era, new development, new technology. I just mentioned technology now. Some people will say the reason why there is no employment is because of technology. But I am here to encourage you that this technology makes things better. We learn a lot from sitting down in our own house and studying more. We learn a lot from all these new skills that is coming. But my question to you, are you ready to adapt to change? Are you ready to adapt to this new technology? Are we ready to adapt to this new era? Because without that, we're just going to be wasting our time. It is time for us to move together, to work together, teachers, lecturers, professors, even students. It is time that we corporately work together and embrace the change, the certainty that has come to every one of us, the new era that has arrived. It is time for us to move on. It is time for us to develop it. And it is time for us to perform perfectly well before. Another thing I also want to let you know as well is that while we are learning and encouraging ourselves, we also need to be willing to support others because we cannot do it on our own. A tree cannot be a forest and no one can be an island. We are all learning together and we cannot be discouraged. We cannot stop learning because new things are coming every day. Many years when I used to go to school, there are a lot of things that we don't have during that time, but we are still studying. But now things have become better, comfortable in our own home, that we can study so many things. And that's why I want to praise again this founder of International Intensive University. It's a great university for us to clue in and encourage our youth, encourage even our women, even our men, because there's no one too old to study or to learn new things. We are all learning together. And that is why I can praise this founder. It's a great initiative. And I am willing and I am ready to support everyone that wants to do great things in this world. Another thing I also would like to say as well is that we cannot know it all, but we can get better. No one is perfect, but by learning every day, we get better. We cannot be idle, and we cannot depend on what we've learned for many years. So we keep on updating ourselves as a teacher, as professor, as a lecturer. We keep updating our knowledge because it is very important. Mindset can give all this to positive. So we need to be positive. We need to be positive. Hello? What is going on here?
There was some technical glitch. Ma'am, could you please provide concluding arguments, ma'am?
Okay. Is it technical problem?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Could you please provide concluding arguments? Thank you.
Let me just quickly round it up. Now, the question I want to throw to us is, are we ready to shift and make the new direction in education? Because it is not too late. Are we ready to learn a new skill and become better? Are we ready to improve our performances? Are we ready to see opportunities around us and work on it? Are you ready to learn new skills and upgrade your knowledge and become better educator? Thank you very much. This is Elizabeth Lucas.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, I think one of the biggest challenges now moving forward is that all stakeholders in education have to be involved in pushing forward and bringing about change. There is a massive problem of youth unemployment, and we hope that we can overcome this together. Thank you for your perspective. Before we move on, I would like to request all our further speakers to please try to limit their speech to about 5 minutes. I do not want to stop anyone from presenting all of their views, but because we are short on time, I would request everyone to keep their talk under 5 minutes. And I apologize if I'm cutting down on anyone's perspectives before that. Our next speaker is a member of the Faculty for Teachers Training and Education at the Muhammadiyah Rapang University, or UMS, in Indonesia. He has worked in the field of education and teachers training in his career and is leading across several academic journals. I invite Dr. to take the floor. So,
hello, sir. Good evening. Can you hear me? Thank you. Thank you so much. Good evening from Indonesia. Thank you so much to the faculty and staff from International Internship University IIU for this wonderful invitation. So for this occasion, I will try to share the best practice in Indonesia context about the home learning during the pandemic through the eyes of a student in based on some research in Indonesia. So actually, this COVID-19 pandemic took the world by surprise. It started last year, and then globally everything has stopped, and then the project has have been delayed, workplace closed, and a school shut down, and what seemed to have ground to help because of the novel of coronavirus. And however, the students continue their education through online learning via video call by using some platform like Zoom, Cisco WebEx meeting, and then also sometimes we use Skype. Uh, and then especially in the big city in Indonesia called Jakarta. Jakarta is the uh, the 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 biggest city in Indonesia. Um, the model is kind of the best alternative. As keeping school open forces the safety risk for students, and then that's globally many countries have adopted this approach. For example, based on my reading, a school in New York, in the United States, prepare for online learning by distributing gadgets to their students, and also some country in the world, like in Qatar, the government distributed the gadgets, and then ensuring they had access to learning material. So as early of April last year, the education authorities distributed around more than half a million laptop and tablet to their student loan, then participate in the class online. And then when the first 2% infected COVID-19 cases in Indonesia were announced officially by Indonesia in early of March last year. I still remember that in around in the second week, yeah, in the second week of March last year, uh, the our country was panic. So the government of Jakarta, Dr. Anies Baswedan, announced that all schools in Jakarta were to be closed. And then, however, many schools were not ready to apply home learning from yet. So the online classes implemented in Indonesia work differently from those in the United States, because in the United States, the government really, and then they distributed a half a million of gadgets to their students to online learning, home learning. And then, as a student participating in the home learning program, online school was confusing to adjust to us. We had been prepared through simulation and practice beforehand. And the student reported the home learning program to be even more stressful than regular class. And then some of the common reason for this when along the line of normal classes may have been difficult, but having trend making it's much more manageable and less stressful. And online classes take it out the benefit of having friends to socialize with the being stuck alone with nothing but assignment. And then many students participating about this program. And then, however, although the closing of a school does have the silver lining home learning program where students are still able to learn, the true sufferer of the government order, the school closing, are the student in less fortunate situation, and then the students who are in the school that are not well funded. So this because those school lack by device have a good device to access the internet, and also the access to be able to participate in online class, because some region in Indonesia couldn't have a good connection in reaching the online classes. And then the school do not have the capacity to teach online, unlike in New York, the biggest city in the world, where devices are distributed to the student by a school and a private company. In Indonesia, there is yet to be this kind of effort. And then this leave many students in bad spot, where they are unable to receive the education. Also, internet service provider have been giving out free data package. They are simply not capable of supporting a video call on the program such as Zoom or Cisco meeting or Skype. And then despite the lack of the nationwide lockdown, school remain closed, meaning that students who have no access and to device or internet connection would have difficult time maintaining their education. And then due to this factor, they will be in very difficult spot educationally until the COVID-19 pandemic dies down in Indonesia. And then in this situation, our government should make extra efforts to support the education sector and build sense of solidarity among schools, such as by facilitating network between international and national public school to share experience like this today. We share our best practice from all over the world, our and study methodology for online teaching. And then thankful, there are now some alternative from some speaker suggestion, and that's really support our education system, and then enrich our online learning. And then one of the alternative that our government also do in this pandemic COVID-19 situation. So we have introduced our ministry introduced called belajar di rumah, or learning at home. That's the program through state-owned broadcaster TVRE. That's the national television of state television in Indonesia. So they provide some program called Guru Berbagi, or teacher sharing. So from and then this program, this channel is free to be accessed from to all.
Sir, could you please conclude?
And then last, personality, I feel that online class are a great alternative to normal in the school. And then the presence of COVID-19 will directly and permanently change education in the future, seeing that we must be able to adopt to working and studying online for any kind of reason and situation. And I believe that our sharing today can support our class teaching for good. Thank you so much for this wonderful invitation to sharing with
Thank
you
you,
all.
Dr. Ashraf.
Thank you to the faculty and staff, and also to the chief guest, moderator, and the faculty from International Internship University. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Yes, definitely we need more technological infrastructure due to the pandemic across the world to make virtual education more feasible in Indonesia and around the world, definitely in emerging countries. Our next speaker is Dr. Mutmaina. She is an educational professional and a member of faculty at the Al Azhar Manda University in Indonesia. She is also the international keynote speaker and director of Women's Center Studies at the university. I would like to invite the doctor to provide her perspective on today's discussion.
Thank you very much. Good evening from Indonesia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, selamat malam. First of all, I want to say thank you to the IIU, the principal, the faculty member, the committee, the founder, and all of the keynote speaker that we are meeting in this wonderful international webinar about education. Allow me to share my screen. I know I have only 10 minutes to share about my experience during the COVID-19. Allow me to share my screen. This is just a little bit.
You can share your screen.
Yeah. Okay. Can you see? Oh my God. Yeah. Okay, this is a little bit my profile. Not see? You not see?
No,
wait.
No, we're unable to see your screen. Sorry.
Wait. Sorry. Give me a little bit. Wait me. Okay, I want to share right now. Yeah, you see?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
This is available. Yeah. Thank you to the moderator have introduced me, but this is a little my research identity, my research member identity here. My Scopus, my orchid, and my research guest, and also feel free to cite my article over there, my research. And today, I want to share to you about, about the creating a 21st century learning environment, innovative tools to facilitate student learning, collaboration, and create. And I'm totally agree with all of the keynote speaker before me that talking about the technology, the condition, and this is my opinion right now about the new trend concept on education sector during the COVID-19, and maybe after the post-pandemic, we are still in this situation. I divided into 5 here about the injected artificial intelligence in education, and we are apply and implementation some of artificial intelligence right now. And this is can make our learning and teaching process more practical, effective, and efficient. And also we are now about our education. We are this is the transformation. Why transformation? Because we are practicing remote teaching, virtual classroom, distance education. And also we must be adapt with the new culture right now, the new habit, how to integration the information, communication, and technology in our learning and teaching process or in our virtual classroom. So right now in Indonesia, we are apply namely hybrid learning, and maybe another country apply this hybrid. And also infuse more digital classroom management. This is very important. If even we know some of the technology or the platform, but if we design our syllabus, our lesson plan, our activities in the classroom, and our assignments still use conventional method, still use conventional strategy, it will be make our classroom still bored. The student will be bored. And then we do really hope by designing the small digital classroom, we can apply this is triple quantum learning, quantum teaching, and quantum technology. Quantum learning, this is the way how we can create our classroom with the fun, enjoyable classroom and interesting to motivate our students. And the quantum teaching, this is the quantum teaching, the way we are teaching, how we are teach our students based on the student learning style, how we can identify them, how to make our students, they are fun in our classroom, and also use the familiar technology based on the student condition. And also this is mobile learning is to be being digital. Not only the student, we must motivate them to being a digital student, and also as a teacher or as educator, we must have ambition to be a digital teacher or digital educator. And also during COVID-19 online like today, this is not only about the student and the teacher, but actually this is cover all of us, the administration, the parent. This is Internet of Things. And one of the theory that's supporting about integration technology and pedagogy in the education sector, this is namely cybergogy. The cybergogy, this is not only about how to use technology, how to train the student by using the technology, teaching by technology, but this is about how you are facilitate your student to have a metacognitive skill for knowing how to learn. They are know how to use the technology or the application for their learning resource. And also, right now we are in the digital era. So how we are facilitate all of these conditions, cover all of these conditions to revolutionize the student, the mindset, the ways of their thinking, and then improve their 21st century skill. This is the 21st century skill. We do really hope our students can communication, collaborate, critical thinking, and create in the classroom. And also how to measure that our students, they are achieve the 21st century skill. This is there are 3 the indicator that you can see here, and you can identify your student. If they can communicate clarity here, focus and consideration of the audience. This is based on the academic, and also your student can demonstrate the ability to solve problem using the higher order thinking skill or reasoning skill, and also utilize technology as resource to foster creativity, enhance communication, increase productivity, and access and analyze information. And in the social, you can identify your student if they can collaborate and demonstrate an adaptability. This is your student, they are going to achieve the 21st century skill. And the last, in the city, they can participate as a member of local, global, and digital society. And I believe all of us here in this forum, we are 21st century, we have a 21st century skill because we can collaborate from many countries, and we can unite in this forum, sharing our experience. And also the intersection between pedagogy and the technology, we believe this is about the system change. You know that Indonesia, my country, we have 217 million more people, and also most of them, 50% of this area Indonesia, we are in the blank spot. The blank spot, this is namely they don't have device, don't have internet connection, and also they don't have a smartphone or laptop. So in another side, we must be digital, and in another side, we still have many challenges to adapt with this condition. So we need our Ministry of Communication and our Ministry of Education to facilitate the area of Indonesia with the ICT infrastructure. And then, we know we are in the digital era, so we must know about our students. They are in the digital era, they are the Gen Z. The Gen Z, and then the way we are teach them, we must change the way we are teach them. So we can use some of the modern technology and then combine with the method, for example, by using project-based learning or student-centered learning approach. I believe if you can combine this, it will be your learning more be effective, fun, and enjoyable. So this is, we know that about the 21st century skill here, the behavior that the teacher need to know, need to think. This is about learning. This is not longer a solo activity anymore. Not only the teacher dominant in the classroom, not only you just speak up about your content, your material, how you can engage your student in the classroom. And you are not only the only one person in teaching. Right now, so many resources, so many information that the student can get the more information and resource by using Google or in internet right now. And then learning is not longer passive. We must engage them in the classroom, and we need to, they are doing more some activities and to achieve the Bloom taxonomy or the higher order thinking skill. And the last about the here, some of the platform that can be help you to achieve the Bloom taxonomy here. We can see this is the pedagogical well in the level 1. This is the level 1 to remember and understanding. If you wanna ask your student, just this is for lower order thinking skill based on the Bloom taxonomy category. If you ask your student to recall, or this is the remember or understanding category, this is the activity. You can ask your student to recall their knowledge, and also you can ask them to memorize, for example. This is the activities, and you can choose one of the tools here, the technology. All of this technology you can use, and you can use to achieve the Bloom taxonomy. But remember, you can choose one of them, not all of one of them, but and the familiar tool based on your student condition. For example, in my student in my class, my student familiar by using Google application, YouTube, WhatsApp, and Google Classroom, and I use in my classroom. Not all of this. Choose based on your student condition. And also about, I believe that this is about the future of education. Is we must hear right now the concept of education and entertainment.
Ma'am,
Little
sorry to disturb you. Could you please?
If you use a game, this is the example from Mr. Mohammed Nada, by using games, by using virtual reality or augmented reality, and by using a YouTube or a social media. This is related to the edutainment concept. So, well, if you wanted to designing your material based on your student condition, we know that right now we must understanding about the student, what they want, what they need, what they lack. This is one of the methodology from research and development that I developed my material based on a film here. You can use one of the instructional method model here by using ASSURE. ASSURE, this is the acronym from Analyze Learners, that the objective, select media method, materials, utilize media material, require learner participation and reflection. I do this in my classroom based on this method and this research. I use by using a film. The way I use film here, because the film, I believe the student can more engage and they are fun in learning and teaching activities. And also this is I divided into the breakdown, the activities I divided into 5 here. Maybe you can adapt in your class. This is the Bloom taxonomy, how you can help your student to achieve the higher of the order thinking skill by using this lesson plan. For example, in the warm-up, because this film talking about computer and technology and robot, you can ask your student to understand about robot, computer, and technology. This is in the understanding level. And while they are watching this film or this movie, you ask them to remember the film chronology or the concept of this film or this movie. And then in the presenting, you can ask your student to brainstorming, and then they can analyze the word related to robot, computer, and technology concept. This is they will be giving the resume or giving the recommendation, the next recommendation. And also in the practice, you can ask your student to discuss. Discuss based the material and based on this film. And in the production, you can ask your students to resume, and also they can give their opinion, the new concept based on this movie they have watched. And the last, you can ask your student to answer the question. And the student can demonstrate their knowledge after watching this film and record themselves by using video. And this is my classroom that I'm doing. Because I'm doing this during the COVID-19. Before COVID, I'm using film. And also this is the material on the phone, the student phone. And what about the condition? This is the example of the student, they don't have internet connection. We still teach them in the outdoor by using a gamification. So, my conclude today, there is no single approach is effective to all. One should consider is the available technology. If your student familiar by using WhatsApp, use WhatsApp. So we use technology to make our classroom more be practical, effective, and efficient. The technology can replace us as a teacher. Thank you for listening to me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yes. Yes, ma'am. I think we're facing a technical problem.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. This is very informative. Definitely, we need the tools that you've definitely specified. We are in requirement of more tools, and we are in requirement of more infrastructure, as previous speakers have also pointed out. Thank you very much for such an informative presentation.
Yeah.
Our next speaker is Mr. Sajita Demel. Our next speaker is Mr. Sajita Demel. He's the founder of Advent Global Management in Sri Lanka and Singapore. Mr. Demel is the recipient of several innovation awards and accolades, especially in the forefront of marketing and fashion techniques. I would like to invite Mr. Demel for his perspective on the industry demands from higher education and how internship-based exposures can bridge this gap. So I would like to you to limit your perspective to less than 7 minutes, if that's all right.
Yes, certainly. Thank you very much for introducing me to the forum, and greetings from Sri Lanka. And it is a great privilege to be here in this forum and to listen to all the other great speakers as well. And regarding about the global education scenario post-pandemic, before I go ahead with this current topic, I would like to say even this being recognized by the United Nations, and in the goal number 4, quality education is a very important aspect, and also goal number 17, that is partnerships for the goals. So by understanding those 2 goals, I would like to take my speech further, and talking about global pandemic as well, how this education system should be improved. Especially everyone talked about the internet and Zoom meetings and through these technological things. And me coming from a developing country, we are having some sort of troubles in these education systems. And I would like to share some of those. And before I go ahead with that, I would like to mention how we evolved in our education system in Sri Lanka. Initially, it was started in Piriven. We call it in Piriven, that is like in temples. The education was taught in Sri Lanka, and then it was with the colonial time with the missionaries. The proper education system came into Sri Lanka with schools, but it was limited for very limited people who had the opportunity and who can afford to go to school, had the privilege to learn the subjects. But then again, after getting the independence in 1948, after that, the first education minister that we call as our father of education, Mr. CWW Kannangara, he gave the opportunity to everyone in this country to learn the education. But only thing, it was taught in our main languages in Sinhala and Tamil. So because of that reason, we were behind with the global. But understanding that new technology and the new infrastructure, now in Sri Lanka, we understood the bilingual the learning, the other languages are important to communicate globally, and we have understood the importance of global partnerships. So having said that, we also understood the importance of IT, learning IT, also because our Sri Lankan teachers, they have to unlearn to learn back again with this new Zoom, and also when you take outskirt of Colombo, the people are not having much internet facilities. But now with the new technology, with YouTube facilities and other social media coming into action, the students getting the opportunity to access, and also the smart board systems are being introduced to the system, and also we have the hybrid system in education in the Sri Lankan current context. So having said that, having the program such like this, giving the opportunity for other countries people to learn, especially the developed countries, they are blessed with a lot of technology and other supporting services, but we as developing countries need the supporting system. So it is always good opportunity through this internet and through these links that we get connected globally, so we can understand each other's perspective in a better standing. So having said that, I congratulate all the speakers as well the organizers, and thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to speak at this forum. So I don't want to expand my speech at the moment because I understand the limitation of timing. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for your perspective. And we're sure that we're going to provide the industry all of those solutions and recommendations, as you said. Our next speaker is Dr. Charles, a United Nations volunteer from the United States. He is also the UN Peace Ambassador and has worked in the field of social equity. I would like to invite Dr. Charles to share his perspective with us. Hello, Dr. Charles. So you're on mute. Dr. Charles, you're on mute, sir.
Now,
could you please? Yes, sir.
Are you hearing me now? Okay,
yes,
thank
sir.
you very much for the opportunity. Morning, distinguished speakers, the chief host, the founder, the moderators, and the participants. I feel great and honor to be present today to attend this noble conference. Glory be to God in the highest. Today, I am sharing my view on the topic before us, global education scenario post-pandemic. This is all about education that encourages changes in knowledge, skills, values, and attitude to enable a more sustainable and just society for all. This call promotes the development of the knowledge, skills, and understanding, value, and action required to create a sustainable world. By the present pandemic, the world will be profoundly transformed. Our education system will be regained some kind of normalcy in their function. This should not be a continuation of the world as it was. It should be the world that is more just, more sustainable, and more peaceful. The response to pandemic will be different from one place to another, from one context to another, but this must be a basic on a humanistic vision and education and development and human rights framework. Action must be strengthened. Public education, fortify common goal, and expand global solidarity that emphasize the collective responsibility for education for everyone, everywhere. Education, therefore, need to be at the heart of a post-COVID-19 world. So let us take bold thoughts of courageous action now. What are the courageous action? One, government and citizens alike should be encouraged to demand strong responses, both in public health and in public education. Therefore, there is need to strengthen public health and social services and simultaneously mobilize around the protection of public education and its financing by the international organization, national government, all education and development partners. I'm trying to bridge it because of time. To end current level of inequality, and expanding solidarity is necessary because COVID-19 has shown us the extent to which our society exploits gender inequalities and power imbalance. Therefore, there is need for being committed to international cooperation, showing empathy and appreciation of all common humanity at its core. Curriculum should be increasingly integrated and based on themes and problems that allow us to learn to live in peace with our common humanity and our common planet. Therefore, there is need to have deep reflection on curriculum as we struggle against the denial of scientific knowledge and activity fight misinformation. Education financing and coordination should be protected for impact's sake. There is need to strengthen domestic resources, mobilization, preserve share for education as top priority and tackle inefficiency. To address the debt crisis, there is need to strengthen international coordination by relieving, postponing, and restructuring debt for low and middle income countries that request forbearance should be a part of this solution to create the fiscal space for country to invest in education, which require action from all stakeholders. Leveraging Leveraging education activities to communicate necessary change to public health behavior is key. Education should not be singled out for it as it was in 2003 and 2013. The capacity of education stakeholder often needs to be strengthened to review and revise existing education sector. In absence of strong leadership and coordination, the multitude of authors needed to respond and mitigate the impact of crisis can lead to duplication, inefficiency, and confusion. Therefore, the Education Resilience Nation Ministry of Education leadership of crisis planning and management is important. Teachers and students should be given the opportunity to have free, open source technology. Education can be dependent on digital platform controlled by private companies and strive with ready-made contents built outside human relationship. Education should be strengthened as a common goal. We are safe when everybody is safe. We flourish when everybody flourishes. The right to education should be expanded so as to address the importance of connectivity and access to knowledge and information. This calls for global public discussion by the mission, which we are doing now. Leadership or learners of all age should be included and consider ways that the right to education might need to be broadened to encompass fluidity and context for contemporary society. Social space provided by school should be protected as we transform education. Schools are also places where we can encounter others, not only ourselves, others when we are learn from and with others who expand our understanding of the global tapestry of ways of being human. Students and youth and children participation and rights should be protected. Strengthen the articulation and flexibility across level and type of education and training. An important element of resilience education system is their flexibility, which relies on strong articulation between level and type of education, but also with capacity to mobilize alternative mode of delivery.
So could you please
conclude? There is need to strengthen data, yes, and monitoring of learning. The definition of rights to education should be expanded to include connectivity entitlements. The need to enhance consultation and communication mechanism. There is need to reimagine education and accelerate positive change in teaching and learning. Many educational outcomes are at risk because of the learning loss due to prolonged school closure. We cannot return to the world as it was before for a number of reasons. As we build back resistance, we need to ensure that education systems are more flexible, equitable, and inclusive. The massive effort made in short time to respond to the shock to education system remind us that changes previously considered difficult or impossible to implement are possible after all. We must seize the opportunity now to find new ways to address the learning crisis and bring back a set of stability solution. There is need to offer skill for employable program. This means that essential workers who own the system together, who provide the most basic social needs and services need to be supported and reinforced, such as health healthcare workers, caregivers, employers, and teachers. In conclusion, just because of time, there is need to support the teaching profession and teachers' readiness. Hence, technology alone cannot guarantee good learning outcome, but more important than training teachers in ICT skills is ensuring that they have the assessment skill to meet students at their level and to implement the accelerate curriculum and differential learning strategy likely to emerge in return to school. Digital solution need relevant contents, adequate instructional model, effective teaching, practice, and support.
Hello. Hello, Professor Charles. I think we are facing a technical difficulty, but I think we will take Professor Charles' recommendations definitely. I would like to introduce the next speaker. She is now an honorary member of the faculty at IIU from Mexico, Leticia Ocadiz. Senora, please, you have the floor.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm very happy. Sorry for the time, but I'm very happy to hear and know all of you with great experience in education, and all your passion is pretty awesome. And I'm pretty sure we are going to do awesome job on making education virtual and accessible for all. So I am a nutritionist and I have a great experience in this field, but also in education. Because as all you know, nutrition is not more or following rules or a diet. It's more like teaching and thinking and the critical thinking about our health. So education and health are important topics all around the world to make face to one of the more challenge that we are currently facing. Okay, today is COVID, but as many of you say, it's not the first pandemic, will be more. So probably in the future, we will face other pandemic, climate change or hunger crisis. So for example, Ahmed, he is working too much in this movement. And that's all for my part. I'm looking forward to connect with all you, probably through LinkedIn. I know many of you sent a link in the chat, so I already add you. And keep the contact through Facebook or probably other features meetings, session meetings. And I'm very happy to be part of International Internship University. Thank you, Peter, for joining me to this pious work. Thank you, Harjo. Harjo sounds, if I don't spell good your name.
Yeah, that's all right. Thank you.
But thank you all. Thank you for the strong woman here. Also, I am impressed for all the job that you are making. So thank you very much. Hi to everyone.
Gracias, Senora. We will definitely look to having you on the faculty board. I would like to inform all the attendees that due to a time shortage, we will definitely be concluding our talk for today evening in 25 minutes. Unfortunately, we might overrun on our schedule, and I apologize if we do end up leaving some speakers out. We have another session coming up within 2 weeks, and we would definitely invite all our attendees and speakers to be there. In the meantime, please invite Vedrana Saric, who is now going to be a member of the IIU from Croatia. Ma'am, you have the floor. Ms. Saric? I think Ms. Saric is not here. I will move on. I would like to invite Dr. Salini Rachendra Sharma, who is working in the fashion industry in Jaipur, and I would like her to please share 5 minutes describing the industry application within fashion of an internship-based university and the model that we try to purport. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Hello. Greetings for all the board members and other attendees, speakers. This is Shalini Rajendra Sharma from Fashion Faculty. And thanks to Usha for giving me this opportunity to reflect my all the educations and my experience to the for precious works on the this platform. Right? And fashion is a vast field that it's not possible for to just it's not possible for us without virtual sessions, and the virtual session is really very effective for fashion field. At we know that fashion is always upcoming and upgrading in their field. Every country has its own vision, every teacher has their own vision, every student need another facilities, another the trends of the fashions, and the virtual fashion is really a very helpful for everyone. So I would like to teach for every students for the global platform. It's really nice platform for me to enhance the education about fashions and explore my experience to other students or worldwide students, and even I would like to learn from them also, right? So it's really nice for me to join this all, and thank you IIU selection committee, Piyush sir, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, it's my pleasure that I have the part of the IIU. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We definitely hope that all our students are able to get an application within different industries, whether that's technology, fashion, the corporate sector, and finance, or whether it's nutrition, health. And we really hope that IIU is able to perform that equality of platform across the world. I would now like to invite Professor Jared Akma Onayari from Kenya. He's a lecturer and certified professional mediator. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Ajot, for giving me this opportunity to speak. I'm speaking from Nairobi, Kenya. And for the interest of time, there's no point for me to do the repetition of what others have said. But be it as it may, I have got 4 points I'm going to say, which I will come to elaborate maybe in future. The future of the global educational scenario is the way international university of internship is going. That is the way, and we are ahead of time. I give you congratulations. We are thinking without the box. Others are still waiting to remove the box and think, but you're already ahead of thinking out of the box. So the scenario is that COVID-19, God decided to cross the world like a small village. And what I want us to think about is education a priority or our health? How I wish that we hatch our government that every person in the world should be vaccinated with COVID jam. So more efforts should be put on that. After having said that, schools should be extended. We have been talking about the right to education, quality education, which has not happened. But with COVID-19 has given us an opportunity. Like in my country, there were some schools which were not even having desks where children can sit. It has to take COVID to come so that those children will have classes and will have desks. Education now has to be outsourced. There is no need that you have to study in your country. You can study in India, you can study in Kenya, you can study in United States of America and other parts of the world. That is the future and that is the scenario. The next scenario is that it is high time that now we have an educational hub. This is the way to go. Schools remain, but diversity experimentation has to become a norm. We have come from the normal. We are in the new normal. We must move to the next normal, whereby we are saying that we must break the walls of the classrooms now. And finally, I'm saying that we have to learn as you go. Education takes place everywhere and another time. And this is what this university is doing. For the interest of them and not even boring other people and even you stopping me, May I allow myself to submit up to that point, and may God bless you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. We definitely need more infrastructure and more state level development across all emerging economies. And we hope that we're able to provide the infrastructure along with the sources as well. I would now like to invite Mr. Haki Ismail Jaff from Iraq, if he is present here. Mr. Jaff?
Yes, brother, how are you with you?
I'm good. Sir, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you a lot. From first, welcome for everybody at the outset. I extended my thanks and appreciation to the administrative organization staff for this wonderful combination for my choice among you. I offer my warm brotherly greetings to all, taking sister and brothers to consolidate the spirit of cooperation and giving for the continuation of the humanity. I look forward to working with you however you like academics and humans. Thanks for all. I don't want to add anything more for that. And what you want, I am with you and with all brother and sister. Haki Ismail Sharif, Professor of Physics, Government University, Iraq. My respects with many thanks for all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now I would like to invite Professor Arabinda Shah from Bangladesh, if Mr. Shah is present. Professor Shah?
Yes, sir.
Hello,
very
sir.
good evening.
Thank
very
you.
good evening,
Good evening, sir.
to all honorable directors and host, all the participants. I'm very much grateful to you for giving the chance to say something about the contemporary issues is going on in all over the world. But this is the scenario is going on. Most of the dynamic researchers and professors and persons already been delivered the valued species. This is very nicely presented by the different experts. But if you look at the all over the scenario already been explained by the researcher, but practically in our country, that is like Bangladesh, pandemic situation is going on still now. When it will be removed, we don't know exactly. But our education system is totally hampered. But if you look at the developed country, they are trying more to establish or to rearrange the technical session by using the tools and technology, in the for supporting the education system, to continue the education system. But if you look at our country, like Bangladesh, there's so many education institutions are, that is primary level, pre-primary level, SAC level, school secondary level, higher secondary level, and post-graduation level, and graduation level, and so many madrasa, tools, so many institutions are directly, indirectly empowered. But we are totally unable to continue the tools and technology for the betterment, to continue the teaching style, teaching pedagogy in our country. That is the problem. Because of that, our country is totally rural oriented. So many universities are already been established in the rural area, having the graduation level. But in spite of unavoidable circumstances, our government already been taken different initiatives. But in fact, all the students are not living in the town level or urban level. They are passing their life by creating their pressure. All the guardians, university teachers, school teachers, students and guardian, they are not habituated for the technology. But when technology will be, so many problems are faced by the student, by the guardian and institutional. That is why infrastructure already been stated earlier, different dynamic professors. Infrastructural, once upon a time, the then government was trying to establish for the development of the infrastructure. But in fact, now a moment, it is very much essential to develop the technology. Whenever this crisis will be solved or arranged or removed, that should be continued by providing the technology. That will be very much. But the side by side training system should be developed. It's the another problem where we are facing in our country. Lack of training. It is very much essential. If we look at the post graduation level and undergraduation level or school level, although our country in the university level, BG Rent, Wi-Fi company, they are providing the service. But in spite of most of the institutions, most of the educational institutions, they are not capable to continue the BG Rent service, Google service, Wi-Fi service. That is why we are suffering the great problems. Most of the blazers, they are always fighting against the COVID situation. Having but what can I do? What types of initiatives we have to do? If we look at the university level, all the private university or public university authorities, they are taking initiatives to save the people, to continue the education systems by changing the, but in fact, there is no accreditation, there is no proper evaluation system, lack of evaluation systems. We are totally unable for providing the technological aspects. That is why maximum remote area we are passing our life. If you look at the BG Rent, already been provided in the public university, but if you look at the private university, if you look at the graduation level and the national university, that is no accreditation, no proper evaluation system is carried by the government. That is why, although our Honorable Prime Minister is trying more and more to rehabilitate, to continue the education system by providing the any mood and exchange point of view. But in spite of all this, totally unable to provide the technology. Because of that, all the students are very poor. And that is Western policy, that is developed countries policy should be provided by us. And whenever we will try remote economy should be developed. We are waiting for that. That is, whenever we will try to remove the situation, to overcome the unavoidable circumstances and controllable factors may be controlled by the government and side by the educational institutions. But uncontrollable, like a natural disaster, that is pandemic situation, if we look at the 100 years back, so many different times we have already been faced different times another pandemic situation. But nowadays, we are facing the critical problem, having the COVID-19. That is a great problem. That is our university, we are maintaining the online classes, but it is a matter of sorry that we are totally unable to create the exam policy. That is why we are totally unable to continue that. That is why we are waiting when pandemic situation will overcome, will over at the end of the situation. Then that is by this time we pray to God for our grand success by providing the technology. This is the nice moment by providing the training system, by providing the technological aspects and online teaching method and pedagogy should be provided by us. That will be very much easier to overcome the unavoidable circumstances due to created in the COVID-19 situation. That is why thank you very much for arranging such type of opportunity. And this is the nice and burning issue all over the world. That is, we pray to God for our grand success within short time to overcome the unavoidable circumstances. Thank you, all the participants. Special thanks to Professor Dr. Peril Tsunami for inviting me, and all the hosts of the International Internship University.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Okay. Good night.
Definitely need a more global pedagogy now moving forward. Ask Dr. Vijay Kumar Salvia, the President Advisor of International R&D Creativity Organization in the US, and who works closely with the Ministry of Skill to please deliver a short 4-minute to 5-minute speech on his perspective for IIU.
Yes, Dr. Vijay Kumar Salvia speaking.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much for giving me such a great opportunity. And I am glad to join your meeting, International Internship University. This internship university will be helpful for the internship. And I would like to suggest, I would like to join with our International Research and Development Community Organization, USA India, because this International Internship University should approach to the innovation, startup, research and development. And I would like to join, I would like to collaborate with all the activities, because at present, with respect to the COVID, the only education is not the important, but they should have the skills, they should have the creativity, they should have the research and development platform for the development of their innovations and skills. So I would like to suggest from my point of view that the startup and innovations always exist in every people's, in every students. Only we have to pull up their creativity, and this international internship university will be the great platform for such type of activities. After COVID, if we see such type of online virtual education, as the topic is today's virtual education, so we have to put all the startup and innovations and creativities with respect to the virtual educations. We can also build up the platform. We can also trade the students. We can also trade the peoples for their creativity, for their innovations, for their self-employment, and for the startup. So this international internship university should focus on such type of activities, and we International Research and Development Community Organization is working all over the world. Globally, we are working, and we can do best for the upcoming generation and also for the existing generations. Because if you see, the COVID-19 is seeking the medications, is seeking the innovations that how to overcome such type of harmful circumstances. But there are so many opportunities with respect to the innovations to overcome such a type of COVID-19 or whatever may be the we have the different struggles and different issues may exist in the world. So it is a great platform, and because of the short period of a time, I would like to conclude that International Internship University is a big achievement for the all over the peoples, and our whatever the founders we have. The founders, I would best of luck to all the founders, and we will definitely do something best for the future, whatever the innovation which is now hiding from the peoples. So we should pull out such type of innovations, and we will definitely collaborate to International Internship University will achieve a success. Thank you for being the great opportunity. Thank you very much to all of you. Join us, the good and a big vision and mission to achieve our success. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sylvia. Definitely looking forward to more partnerships. And I think the internship-based university will definitely look to advance the technological solutions to provide as much accessibility for as many skills possible around the world. I would now like to invite Dr. Naresh Dutt Mathur, if he is present. He is in the Department of Economics and Faculty of Arts and Law at Manipal University. Dr. Naresh, you have the floor.
Yeah, I'm there. Yeah. I'm extremely thankful to the authorities of IIU for having invited me and giving me this chance. Friends, we all have been taught in geography that the world is round, but the world is no more round. The world has become flat, as Thomas Friedman says. And in this flat world, the level playing field has become flat now. You can get first world education at the third world prices, and IIU will help you in this. Now, I am in higher education institutions since last 44 years, and I have worked in central university, state university, a public college, private university, and I have found that nobody was looking at digital revolution, and it was going unnoticed, and whatever industrial revolution 4 brought us, the teachers were not looking at it. It was being ignored. It was going unnoticed, and we were sticking to chalk and blackboard and lecture method. And the thanks to pandemic, I would say the teachers have waked up. This was a wake up call for teachers, and as teachers are smart, they are intelligent. When the occasion came, they raised to the occasion, and they have very quickly adopted this virtual education and digital education, so that in the pandemic situation from last 1 year, we are imparting education through virtual mode. So thanks to pandemic situation, that this virtual education could get a good speed, a good start. There is pedagogical maneuverability. There is breaking of geo-academic boundaries. There are no boundaries now. You can take admission in Harvard, you can take admission anywhere. The people can get less costly education now, and the cost of education will also come down with this. And now the great change is that people will not invest in physical infrastructure, they will invest in digital infrastructure. Digital infrastructure has become much more important than the physical infrastructure. Then there is technological dexterity, and it is developing a responsible kind of learning among the students. And as I earlier said when Vijay Kumarji was speaking, that the concept of backbencher has gone. And it is inculcating a inclusive teaching, in fact. Inclusive teaching is being inculcated because you never know who is rich in the class, who is poor in the class, who is having urban background, who is having rural background, what is his gender, or because it is switch off. So the inclusive teaching is being inculcated in virtual education. This is also emerging, and then the lessons can be put on. The reading material can be uploaded, sharing can be done, PPTs can be shared, assignments can be given. Even we are in Manipal University, we are uploading assignments, PPTs, taking classes. Examinations are going on through the virtual mode. Even the evaluation is also happening, and even the results are being declared. And this we are doing from last 1 year. Now, I remember in academic councils earlier, we used to talk about MOOCs, but nobody was ready to go for them. And there was no, our vice chancellor tired by saying that the MOOC should be introduced. But now you see that these MOOCs have become the order of the day. And within 1 month, February 20 to March 20, there was 425% increase in enrollment in MOOCs. So they have become part of the credit system. Then the virtual tours are happening, even the laboratories. Lab work is being done, even in social sciences, the virtual tours are happening. I was surprised that my grandson is learning music through virtual education. I was so surprised that how could he learn the notations of music in virtual education, but he is doing it. He will search the notations in YouTube and he'll make the music for that. And then biometric and facial recognitions for attendance, gamification, as one of the speakers was talking about, probably Professor Mohammed Nada was talking about gamification, rules of the use of games in education, then artificial intelligence, data-driven decisions in the classroom, the smart campuses, that is digitally connected spaces, has to be developed rather than physical infrastructure has to be developed. Then blended learning environment, the hybrid classes are happening, that students, a few students are there in the class, the same class is being reflected for the other students at their home, those who are, because of the pandemic, those who could not come to the class. So hybrid classes concept has also emerged. The customized learning will emerge in times to come. Then changing role, the teacher's role will change, entirely change. And I'm so happy at the age of 65, I'm learning all this. I'm becoming part of this at the age of 65, which I could not become when I superannuated at the age of 60. I was not part of it. But when I'm in a university now, after my superannuation, I'm learning all this at this age. And I'm really overwhelmed about it. So there is more demand for short-term skill-based courses now, and these have to be developed. As I said, that now people will get the first world education and the third world prize, and best education, excellent education they will get. The India has made new education policy, national education policy, and that also promotes the virtual education and technical education, and even our InfluNet information library network is promoting research through Shod Ganga, Shod Gangotri, and the Shod Sindhu. And the higher education institutions are changing every day. The lifelong learning is changing every day. Even the NAC accreditation, A plus universities are allowed for ODL, the open distance learning, and they are learning to do that. So the critical questions are, as an entrepreneur, how to confront growing virtual reality and create distractions, how to inspire students in a digital classroom. Are we ready to assume greater autonomy over national curricula? And can we develop a credit bank that if one student leaves from here, his credits are reserved, and when he goes to another university, those credits can be taken care of. So this is what we are. India is developing as an edu nation rather than education. We are developing as edu nation, and intellectual sharpness is required for this. World-class institutions are required for this. Quality of skills are required. Problem solver generation is required, and youth dividend has to be channelized in the right manner. And that is why earlier we used to say that necessity is the mother of invention. But now it is no more necessity. It is the innovation which is mother of sustainability. Because there is something at the stake. And if you want to survive, then you have to innovate. So every day this innovation is necessary in the university. With this, I'll close my Urdu couplet कि हमको नई रविश के हल्के जकड़ रहे हैं और बातें तो बन रही है पर घर उजड़ रहे हैं पुरानी और नई रोशनी में फर्क सिर्फ इतना है कि उसे कश्ती नहीं मिलती इसे साहिल नहीं मिलता. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. We definitely look forward to try to make more innovative solutions period has granted us, and we hope that we can utilize the skill development and the education policies to achieve that. I would now like to invite Dr. Snigdha Sunil Kadam. She has been working as an educationalist in India for several years now. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you so much. I know we're running out of time. I would not like to take much of the time. Yeah, myself, Dr. Snigdha Kadam. I'm from India, Mumbai, Maharashtra. I work as a principal with Seva Sadan Society's English medium school. Ours is an NGO school wherein we deal with the students from the underprivileged section of the society. And it is very sad to share with you all that 70% of our students only, we could deliver the education only to 70% of our students, because due to lockdown, pandemic, and many of the parents have lost their job, they have migrated to their native places. So really education like currently itself in the pandemic, it's a big challenge for us. Many of the students are not aware how to use technology. They do not have the technology which is being provided to them by us. We are doing so many things. So like, post pandemic, it's going to be really very, very difficult for us, because for majority of the students, we have to maybe start from a scrap. Like, from ABCD also we have to start with them, because maybe the actual physical schools will start after like probably not for the next academic year, after that only. So it is going to be very difficult, especially for this kind of crowd who are totally away from the technology and not at all in communication with us. And not only the education, but even we have to take care of their other basic necessities as well. Though the children will come to school, we have to take care whether the child have eaten the food, or whether having the books or notebooks, or what is the situation, whether they have the clothes. So all these things are really mandatory. As an educator, I feel comprehensive teachers training are needed to tackle this future challenges. Teachers should be trained well. The teachers curriculum should be reframed. That is the need. And I feel lots of funding will be needed, right? Because see, the institutes which are private and unaided, they do not have the funding facilities as such. Like, whatever we gather from the students, we run our school with that. So especially when we have an NGO based school, we need lots of funding, so that whatever will be needed in the future, that is post pandemic education, we can provide the children that. Again, children should be very well trained to use the technology. Then comprehensive trainings I already spoke about. I feel at present, like for the 2 years of time, our children are sitting at home and attending the virtual school. So post pandemic, students should be given the opportunities, so that the outside school education should be provided to them, more of the physical activities, because currently every child is at home, sitting on the chair. And I would just like to share one experience. My own daughter, who is in currently grade 8, going with the online education, now she is not ready to go to school. She's saying, I don't want to go to school, I prefer this online education is better. So we will get the children with a different mindset. So we should be able to tackle them. I feel we all are the individuals, we all are the educators, academicians. We know, we burst out, we speak out of our stress, we share with each other. But I feel these teenagers, this age group of the students, the pandemic have hampered them physically as well as mentally. So we need to have the good counselors and educators in the school, special educators who can tackle with our children. Last but not the least, I would like to end up by saying technology should be the integral part of our life for the students as well as for the educators. You must be saying continuously, ma'am is saying about the students, the technology should be taught, should be given to the students, because there are still some schools in the city like Mumbai wherein the children are not able to take the education. As a principal, is becoming very, very difficult even for me to reach my each and every child. So let's pray to Almighty that we all will be soon we get rid of this pandemic. Stay home, stay safe. Thank you so much, IIU, for giving me the opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. I think one of the definitely the things moving forward is that middle school and junior school education has to be prioritized, and we do have to have all the resources that we do need to provide students in junior school and middle school so that they're able to achieve the success and the access to actually make it forward to higher education. So thank you. I would now like to invite Ms. Roshni Lal, if ma'am is present. Ma'am, you have. Hello. Okay, Ms. Lal has left. I would now like to invite Ms. Mona Angia from Indonesia. She is also an educationalist who has worked in finance. Ms. Angia, if you're present, you have the floor. You're on mute, please. Yes, yes, we can hear you now.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I am very happy to meet great and wonderful people in here. My name is Mona Anggia from Indonesia, and IIU provide hope for everyone. Through virtual lecture, we provide more educational opportunity to study, save time, and save overall education, like cost, infrastructure, equipment, and book, and also allow from everywhere and anytime, and train students to be more independent in gaining knowledge. So, an AAU is hope for all and success for AAU. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you very much. I would now like to invite Mr. S.K. Mishra from India for his perspectives on an internship-based model. Mr. Mishra, sir, are you present? I think Mr. Mishra has left us. Now I would like to invite Dr. Ratikant Ray from India as well. Please, ma'am, could you share your views on accessibility and education?
Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Hello, good evening to. Am I audible to all of you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Thank you so much. First of all, yes, good evening, all the dignitaries on the forum. And today's webinar is based on the theme that is in new hope, new solution, and new beginnings. And yes, we do all agree with the present scenario, that is COVID, happened across the globe, and we have lost a lot of human beings. At the same time, we are trying together to save the human being, to make this world is a place of happenings. Will not allow the world to count more number of deaths. At this juncture, I pray the Almighty to keep everyone safe and healthy, because humanity is first and other thing is next. In this perspective, yes, if you talk about the new hope, the new life, definitely there is a hope. When there is a hope, everything will be materialized, quantified, and whatever the dreams we have, as per the Sustainable Development Goal designed by United Nations, and we all are committed to fulfill those goals by taking united efforts. Because in India, we believe Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. So now the world is so close and we are closing to each other, having the common objective, common agenda, how humanity can be spreaded, how we can live in a peaceful society where our kids, our children will get a good education, good life, healthy life. Talking about the education, of course, there is a lot of challenges in the present scenario because physical classroom is almost dead for 1.5 years. In India, the March 21 was the declaration of lockdown. Almost we have spent more than 1 year. Now the second wave of corona pandemic has seconded our country and we are suffering worse than the pandemic one. But yes, as the Dean of the Management Institute, the pedagogy we are adopting now, the teaching method we are adopting now, that is everything virtually. But challenge is how you make it interesting. What sort of content we need to develop and present before the students. And the conclusion, and we all the faculties or teaching fraternity are agreed to the common point, the blended learning system is more effective. But at the same time, the physical contact, eye-to-eye contact, physical appearance of teacher in the classroom is more effective. Because whatever the system we have, whatever the networking we develop, whatever the presentation we'll make in PPT, yes, that cannot replace our old traditional conventional system, that is classroom system. Yes, it has the significance. There is no substitute of that. But during this juncture, this transition period, we have to deliver and how to make our delivery effective. Am I audible to all of you? Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. So how to make this effective system? If you talk about the higher education, and higher education, if you say the activity-based learning, the case-based approach, and how our classroom or our virtual classroom will be interactive. Yes, of course, there is a bandwidth issue. At the student side, there is bandwidth issue. For me, if you take because today, this semester, I have taken 2 papers, that is International Business Management and Advanced Financial Management. In my class, when I have taken the feedback of the students, they are spread across Maharashtra and they are from the remote part. Yes, there is some bandwidth issue. But at the same time, if you want to make it effective, it is the duty of the teacher to develop the contents in a precise manner. Like you see the PPT way, we have to develop, apart from PPT, we have to conduct some MCQ and other approach and case-based approach, which will be very short and simple, understandable to the students. And we have to correlate with the real business scenario or situation where they can incorporate those things to get an insight and practice in the respective field in the future course of time. But yes, this transition period is challenging, but we have to develop the contents, and yes, at the same time say, when there is a hope, there is a will. When there is a will, there is a way to fulfill. It will happen. And I am in this respect, I should not take more time. I can say, yes, there is a hope. There is a bright future ahead. And in the quote of Bhagavad Gita, there is a quote, Yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bhavati bharata adbhutanam adharmasya tadatmanam srujamya paritranaya sadhunam vinasaya cha duskritam dharma sansthapanarthaya shambhavami yuge yuge. It means sustainability and survival of the system happens when the system goes out of control and attains disequilibrium. The measures are to be taken to restore the equilibrium. Yes, the pandemic will come, the disaster has happened several times. The world has witnessed so many disasters. To overcome the disaster, it is our duty to work together, find the right solution to take this world ahead, because this is our world. We have to save this world, ensure that our coming posterity or generation will get a very good life and will provide all the opportunity resources to them so that they can live peacefully. Thank you all for giving the opportunity. God bless you all. I pray the Almighty to keep everyone healthy and safe. Over to you, the coordinator.
Thank you, sir. We definitely at IIU want to use this time to revolutionize what we are offering in terms of education. Our goal at IIU is to employ the next generation of technology, to place the next generation of students in the next field. With that, I would like to invite one of IIU's core members, Dr. Inderjeet Ghosh, to give his remarks and his perspectives on this amazing project that we hope will spread across the world. Dr. Ghosh, you have the floor. Dr. Inderjeet Ghosh. Sir, you have the floor.
Can I audible?
Yes, sir.
So already almost 3.5 hours have passed, so I will not take much time. I'm basically working as a global chairman of MSME Chamber of Commerce and Industry of India, and with other 30 verticals in different subjects. I'm also the industry advisory board member of 10 universities and business schools, universities, business schools, and IIT and IIM, for giving them the lectures on how to make them industry friendly. So what I am trying to say is, for the last 1.5 years, if you will see, the entire education, 95% plus is on virtual only, and virtual education has a very bright future. Whether the pandemic will be here or not, the virtual education will continue. I can give a small example. During the lockdown time, I have done one course from Howard University online, and I asked some of my friends in the US, why Howard is also started these online courses. So they said, they have the gem of professors, and they cannot leave them, and there are no revenue generating from the students for the last so many months. And as on today, they are earning more than the regular courses in online. So in pandemic also, there are a lot of destructive things have also happened, and a lot of new things have also innovative has opened up. So as for the IIU university is concerned, they are their courses and other activities are very well organized, And I believe, it will be a great opportunity to students as well as, working, students, like, people are working on for your own business or, any other place. They can do these online courses on whatever the subject they want to do as per their choice, which was previously not there. So simultaneously, different types of families are all over the world. Some people are, because of the current position, they want to work also as well as they have to study. So this is a golden opportunity for that. And virtual education, so already it is happening for the last 1.5 years. And as for the experts of, doctors and scientists, the COVID is not going to go very soon. 2021 will be same. 2022 also will go, and 2023 June they are expecting, some it will be stable down. And after that, this will be a virus for, like, dengue, cholera, or other, diseases. It will be also there for all the time. So for the coming few years, there is no alternative between the without, virtual education, because you cannot conduct the examinations in physically, neither you can teach them physically. Distance has to be maintained. And today, even you can see, in India, 4 lakh plus, patients are coming every day. And as per the prediction, if we will not able to arrange 2 lakh doctors and 1.5 lakhs of, nurses in May, additional, then it will be haywire in May and June in India. So government of India is also trying to tie up with the government colleges, private colleges, with the doctors for the last year of the final year, to give them a chance, to work 1 year in COVID, so that, they will get a certificate and they will get a preference also in the government job. So a lot of other activities are also there in similar way in the nurses also, because we need, doctors basically can give advice, but ultimately the life-saving people are the nurses. So we need, ample sources of, doctors and nurses. So anyway, coming back to the virtual education, uh, you know, by virtual education at any point of time, any age people, whether it is 40 plus, 45 plus, 50 plus, they all also can do a lot of courses which was not there, at the time of our time, like in 1980s and 90s. There was no circular economy, there was no corporate social responsibility, there was no EPR, there was no, recycling at that point of time. So these are the all new subjects. We can learn from various universities and business schools virtually by online. So ample, opportunities are there, and we hope, in the coming times, IIU also will already is present in a lot of countries and will be present, some more countries for the virtual education. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Definitely true. With the changing circumstances, we've seen more virtual education. As you said yourself, you've undertaken a course at Harvard, and that's the gap that IIU, and as far as I am concerned, the founders of IIU want to fill that gap in the global curriculum and provide that access to the students around the world, not just in one country or not just through one institution, but through multiple institutions, through multiple forefronts. And I know that goal of IIU will make them succeed.
I am already attached with IIU.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We are appointing a lot of country directors also in the next week onwards. And a lot of plans are there for the coming 2 years, what to do and
yes,
all that program.
Yes, sir. Definitely. I know that you and the other members and the board members of IIU are working tirelessly, and I think that the IIU will be able to fill that gap that we have in the global curriculum. Thank you for your time, sir, and thank you for your perspective. I would now like to invite Dr. Prachi Gaur to share her perspective as well. Is Dr. Gaur
Well, I believe I'm audible. Am I, Harjo?
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You're audible.
Hello from the world's first international internship university, India. Well, my sincere regards to all the speakers, as you all have spoken very well and been observing and listening to all of you. And also the organizing committee, and yes, our host, for the day. Since we all have been speaking a lot about virtual, I would like to share my vision with you all. As a part of one of the biggest countries of the world, I would love to see one day that entire population is educated one day. With that equal opportunity for all, wherever, whoever they are, all should have the right to get their desired education. For that, making the education system affordable for each and every citizen. As I interact with number of students every day, I get to know their reviews, their reaction about quality of education. And the experience gained by them gives me an opportunity here to present my idea of giving international experience to Indian students as well as the dear students located out of India too. So that throughout the world, the experience of education and the value information gained through it remains the same. And also, what I feel that our education system sometimes lag behind with practical application of knowledge. And that's gained during academic life of the student. So this platform provides young students with an excellent learning curve, along with learning to make new connections. It prepares them in and out before they step in actual professional corporate worlds. And our goal will align with the latest launched new education policy by boards in India. This will open new doors to otherwise dull and mundane lives of students as well. So one's focus shouldn't just be on scoring and getting good grades. All that becomes useless if you lack, personality wise. So this was going to give them overall personality development of the child, and which through IIU will be giving them a major platform as an international way. And today, as a country director, I pledge towards working on these visions and making it true one day with the help of you all. I thank the International Selection Committee of IIU who entrusted me with this wonderful opportunity. I look forward to an existing journey full of growth and learning. Thank you so much, Harjot, and the team committee IIU for giving me this wonderful opportunity.
Thank you.
Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Gaur. Some of the things that you definitely mentioned are going to be IIU's fundamentals moving forward as well. I know, as Pandit Sir mentioned in his opening, and I know how hard country directors and the board is working to make this dream possible. And I would just like to reiterate to the audience once again that the three fundamental goals that the IIU is trying to achieve at the end of the day, apart from, of course, the accreditation and the quality that we are trying to provide the students, the three very fundamental goals is accessibility for all, is a global model for the skills that exist around the world. There are so many skills: English, computer science, engineering, and we want those skills to be available to all students around the world. And of course, third is an internship-based model, because we know that how much students are struggling continuously to get that job experience and to work at the corporate sector on any level within skill. And I'm grateful to all the members of the IIU to put this initiative forward and to work together to get such a good result out. And I'm extremely grateful to all the attendees and the speakers for their perspectives from their life, from their own professions, and from their own countries as well. As we keep expanding, these perspectives will continue playing a role. I would now like to invite Dr. Navneet Kaur, who is a member of the advisory board of IIU.
Prudence, do you want to anything? Prudence, she is from Nigeria.
Miss Prudence.
Miss Prudence.
Actually, at this point, Mr. Pandit sir is right. We would like to ask anyone from the audience, anyone who would like to share their perspective, Mr. Kushwa, anyone who would like to share the perspective with us on an internship-based model, or based on any response based on what we've had today. Yes, Ms. Prudence, welcome.
Hello, everyone. It's nice to be here today. It's really nice to have you all here today. And I want to say thank you to the management and board of International Internship University for the opportunity to be here today. I think the the idea of the university is a great one because it's going to be virtual. There are going to be internships, meaning that students are going to have organizations to work with while learning. And at the same time, they can learn from anywhere, they can learn from their homes. So the university is location independent, and because of what the world is going through now and what stage we are in, I think it's a really great idea. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think it's a really great idea, the model that the International Internship University has taken. And the fact that it's also going to have students from around the world is great because the students are going to be able to interact with people from different cultures. So the model of the IIU is great, and the fact that it is affordable and it's going to be a free university for all is something that I appreciate as well. I am quite impressed, and I am happy to be a member of this great organization. So I also look forward to greater strides from the International Internship University. Thank you.
थैंक यू सो मच। राजू कुशवाहा हमारे साथ 3 घंटे से लगातार जुड़े हैं, नेपाल से हैं। मैं निवेदन करूंगा कि वो अगर कुछ बात रखना चाहें। इंटरनेशनल इंटर्नशिप यूनिवर्सिटी से उनको डॉक्टरेट की भी उपाधि मिली है 10 मार्च के प्रोग्राम में। मैं चाहता हूं कि अगर कुछ आइडिया या कुछ आपके इनोवेटिव थॉट्स हैं, क्योंकि आपका फील्ड भी एजुकेशन ही है, तो आप बोल सकते हैं।
Thank you, IIU committee and PU sir. I am Raju Kushwaha from Nepal, President of IT Federation Nepal. Thank you, IIU, for providing me opportunity to present about the global education scenario after pandemic world. Nepal has always been following traditional education system since the early days. Recently, the government has started improving all aspects of education to ensure excellence in education. Since the past year, the coronavirus has gradually affected the traditional education system of Nepal. So, in order to mitigate the risk caused by COVID, educational institutions have applied different closure to constrain the gap with students. Since the past year, we can see the growth of online education, which has provided students with the medium to give continuity to their studies. Though attending schools is a great way for the students to learn skills, but due to the current situation, online education has greatly helped the students to remain in contact with their teachers and friends. Nepal education systems where the college university should affiliation of Ministry of Nepal, even if the university internationally affiliated and recognized all over the world, it is necessary for the particular university to be approved by the local government of Nepal. If it's not affiliate, many students who want to enroll their education in the online education, it would be great opportunity for the students to earn their academic excellence without any constraints. So I would like to request for the concerned department of IIU to fasten their process to enroll. I will be glad to provide you our assistance. Thank you. Thank you, IIU.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your
Raju Kuswaha ji,
perspective.
thank you so much आपका।
मुझे पता है and I know कि
attendees हमारे बहुत सारे जगह से जुड़े हुए हैं। मैं ये चाहता हूँ कि अगर हमारे कुछ attendees हैं जो अपने कुछ व्यूज रखना चाहें। परिन सुमानी जी हैं हमारे साथ अभी तक, स्निग्धा कदम जी का हो चुका है, चंद्रकला जी पहले भी स्पीच के लिए उन्होंने मना किया था। अगर कोई अटेंडी है यहाँ पे जो चाहता है कि अपने कुछ व्यूज हमें देना चाहता है एट द एंड ऑफ द सेशन, तो वो कंटिन्यू कर सकता है हमारे साथ में। और पूरी इंटायर टीम की तरफ से मैं सॉरी बोलना चाहता हूँ। हमारे ग्रुप की जो ट्रस्टी हैं रोशनी लाल जी का नाम तीसरे नंबर पे रखाया गया था मेरे द्वारा, लेकिन टीम शायद ग्रुप में भी पूछ रही थी, सी इज इन ग्रुप, बट ग्रुप में भी वो हैं और ग्रुप में ये पूछा जा रहा था कि ये हैं कौन, तो थोड़ा सा उनको भी बुरा लगा होगा, इवन मुझे भी थोड़ा सा अच्छा नहीं लगा। लेकिन अच्छे कार्यक्रमों में कुछ ना कुछ कमियां रह जाती हैं, इसलिए मैं नहीं चाहता कि हमारे यहाँ कोई भी अटेंडी हो, कोई भी प्रोग्राम में कुछ अपना व्यू देना चाह रहा हो और वो बिना व्यू दे के जाए यहाँ से, या कोई भी हमारे गेस्ट हों जो जिनका नाम ना लिया गया हो, मैं निवेदन करूंगा कि वो अपनी मर्जी से अपनी कुछ बात रखें। आई थिंक सब लोग की बातें अब हो चुकी हैं। मैं चाहूंगा कि वोट ऑफ थैंक्स की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी डॉक्टर नवनीत जी की है और वो कंटिन्यू करें।
I would like to say something, Dr. Vijay Kumar.
Yes, sir. Please.
I want to say our whatever the person which is included in the International Internship University, and we are also there. So we should have the we should have the clear work plan for that. This should we have to done. This should we have to done, and this we have to include all the suggestions with in our vision, so that there are so many universities which is working for the only the education point of view, and also our internship plus whatever the we can say the self employment and startup with employment activities collaboration with the industries, that will be helpful to promote our internship universities, whatever the actual big in India, if you say, and also in Singapore and in Australia, the skill development programs is going very huge on a very high platform. And but only thing is that they doesn't have the work plan or how to do it. And now opportunities are in local level, and all local levels should be included in such a way that it should be presented like a just like a offline program, or virtually we can do as we all are in this meeting, and there are hundreds of people have joined, and now virtually we have meet, but our target and whatever the mission we have projected in the world. Similarly, we can project all type of activities through virtually through this international internship university. So I would like to connect with you or other peoples also. Also, we can do a good plan for that. So let's work. I have also posted my mobile number and email and our Facebook accounts in the chat box. So I only said that as soon we should collaborate and work for the future development. So what about your views? If what is your plan and vision and mission for the upcoming years or upcoming months? So may I know how to we interact and how to we go further?
सर व्यक्तिगत रूप से मैं आपसे कांटेक्ट करूंगा, आपके सारे व्यूज और सारे आइडिया आपसे लेके इम्प्लीमेंट करने की कोशिश करेंगे ECR टीम के साथ में। और अभी जानकारी दे दूं आपको कि पूरी रिसर्च के साथ ही वी आर वर्किंग, और हर एक कंट्री की जो एजुकेशन पॉलिसी है अप्रॉक्सीमेटली अलग है। जैसा भी आप लोग NEP से ज़्यादा वाकिफ हो गए हैं, नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी भारत से, वैसे वी आर वर्किंग ऑन 95 कंट्रीज। भारत के अलावा हर देश की अपनी शिक्षा की अपनी रणनीति है, वी आर वर्किंग ऑन दैट, और उसको ग्लोबलाइज करके एक बनाने की कोशिश कर रहा है IIU। उसमें बहुत सारे रिसर्चर हैं, बहुत सारी बड़े ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के लोग भी जुड़े हुए हैं, जिसमें आपके व्यूज भी लिए जाएंगे। प्लस इंटर्नशिप का जो बेसिकली मेन लॉजिक है काम करने का, वो ये है कि स्टूडेंट्स को सेल्फ डिपेंडेंट उसी दिन बना दिया जाता है जिस दिन वो ऑनलाइन एडमिशन ले लेता है। इस पे वर्किंग कर रहे हैं हम लोग कि क्वालिटी ट्रेनिंग के साथ साथ उनके घर पे ट्रेनिंग तो हो ही रही है, साथ साथ उनको फीस की टेंशन ना हो। उसके लिए भी हम कुछ वर्किंग कर रहे हैं कॉर्पोरेट सेक्टर के साथ में, इंस्टीट्यूशन के साथ में, बड़े इंस्टीट्यूशन के साथ में, और छोटे ट्रेनिंग सेंटर्स के साथ भी वी आर गोइंग टू वर्क। और इसमें बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरत पड़ेगी हमें आप जैसे सहयोगियों की, और निश्चित तौर पे मैं व्यक्तिगत रूप से आपसे कॉल करूंगा। प्रोफेसर रविंद्र जी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, अभी भी हैं वो ग्रुप में। एंडी माथुर साहब का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं, क्योंकि शुरुआत में ही वो आ गए थे और बीच में नाम में भी काफ़ी देरी हुई, उसके बाद भी उन्होंने अपना एक शानदार स्पीच हम लोगों को दिया। माथुर साहब बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपको। डॉक्टर नवनीत जी वेट कर रही हैं कि प्रोग्राम की वोट ऑफ थैंक्स करें। मोना अंगिया जी हैं इंडोनेशिया से, वहाँ पे शायद 2 बज गए होंगे रात के। और धन्यवाद आपका बहुत बहुत। परिन मैम है यूके से और काफ़ी अच्छा सहयोग उन्होंने किया। वोट ऑफ थैंक्स देने से पहले मैं 2 लाइन अनिकेत जी के लिए बोलूँगा। जो प्लेटफॉर्म आप बैकग्राउंड देख रहे हैं, पीछे से जो वीडियो चल रहे हैं, अनिकेत जी की ये सारी मेहनत है। और मॉडरेटर अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 100 से ज़्यादा कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशन पा चुके होंगे, उनकी सभी लोग बधाई दे रहे हैं मॉडरेटर को। तो हमारे दोनों मॉडरेटर बहुत अच्छे थे, लेकिन इस प्रोग्राम को ऑर्गेनाइज करने में जिस तरीके से विष्णु जी ने हमारा साथ दिया है और काम उन्होंने मेहनत से किया है, और वो बोलना नहीं चाह रहे हैं, मैं तो इनवाइट करना चाहूँगा कि विष्णु जी आएँ और 2 शब्द हम लोगों को कहें। विष्णु जी हैं? डॉक्टर विष्णु साहब प्लीज 2 मिनट। इतना एक वंडरफुल कार्यक्रम की वोट ऑफ थैंक्स से पहले मैं चाहता हूं कि 2 लाइनें आपकी तरफ से हो जाएं।
ठीक है, कर देता हूँ। Respected founders of IIU, eminent speakers and fellow educationalists, I'm very thankful for giving the opportunity to express my views. With the ongoing pandemic, the global economy is changing daily, and with it, sorry, the screen is not sharing. And with it, the talent, skills, and experience needed to be a part of that growth cycles are too. The job market is a competitive one, and often that is a tough learning curve for recent graduates. This is a big reason behind the growth of applied learning and internship opportunities becoming a key part of the college experience for all students. We at IIU are redefining the education and career development by breaking barriers to employment through our industry-led virtual internship programs. And thanks everyone for giving this opportunity to express my views. And I think it's almost more than 3 hours. I know. Thanks for every speaker to be so patient and listening to all of us. Thanks again. Thank you, Piyush ji, for giving me the chance.
Thank you, bhai. Now over to Navneet ma'am, or thank you, Harjot bhai. Thank you.
Thank you, Piyush ji, for letting me now finish with the vote of thanks. First of all, I extend my greetings to each one of you. I feel privileged to have been asked to propose the vote of thanks on this one-day international conference on the global education scenario post-pandemic. It was wonderful to hear diverse and illuminating views on the subject from various speakers, especially from our chief guest, Padma Shri Dr. Vijay Kumar Shah, guest of honor, Mr. C.D. Harry, the head of Consular Affairs. I would also like to recognize and thank Mr. Piyush Pandit, co-founder and Asia head of IIU, Mrs. Roshni Lal, who is the trustee, and somehow, I don't know, we missed her name. Maybe she was not available in the first few members, and we would apologize for that, for not being called. Because she's a very eminent person with the board of trustees, and our very esteemed speakers and delegates for joining us and making this event a grand success. I thank you all for today's event, and it marks a step forward towards listening such inspiring conversations and discussions by our eminent speakers from all around the world to meet the educational scenario. I thank the initiative taken by the management committee of IIU, Ms. Roshni Lal, Shri Piyush Pandit ji, Pareen Somani, Dr. Indrajit Ghosh, Ms. Nada Nabil, Mona, Letika, Pratibha Mishra, and of course, Dr. Vishnu for coordinating with the speakers. I heartily salute our moderators for their patience for the extended program, and the technical media team for their day in and day out hard work, Mr. Aniket, Mr. Giorian, and yes, Mr. Harjot Singh for holding the conference in such a commendable way. You all have been the true champions for today, for the cause of IIU. My special thanks to our viewers and attendees. I feel proud and honored to add my voice and fully support to this wonderful mission and vision of the Internship University, the International Internship University. I am sincerely grateful to each one of you because with you, we can build a family, which is global family of IIU. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
I would like to, it's been a long day, and I would like to thank everybody from the start. Mr. Raju Kushwa यहाँ बैठे हैं साथ में सुबह से हमारे साथ 3 घंटे से, and I've been watching him and I've been watching the other speakers on the chat as well. I would like to thank you all, and at this juncture, because this was our first foundational meeting, I personally apologize if as a moderator I have missed out anybody in discussions, and I hope that you will forgive us, but I would like to remind everyone that we have a 3-day conference coming up on the 25th of May, and I would like to invite all of today's attendees to the conference. Of course, IIU's social media team will be sharing details on that more as we proceed. I would also like to thank Aniket Bhosle, who's been the backbone of this mission, supporting me throughout on the visual media aid. And I would like to thank the entire OC as well. I hope that today's perspectives are able to continue helping us and you achieve the target of global internship-based education. And I hope that through this pandemic, we are able to revolutionize education together. I'd like to thank everyone once again. Namaste and good night.
Thank you so much to all of you.
Thank you, Arjun. Thank you so much, all of you. Thank you, Pityushji.
Thank you, ma'am.
We apologize if there is any mistake. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayur.
Thanks everyone from South Africa. Look forward to work with you.
I would also thank Mr. Noor, who's from Bangladesh. He's been constantly watching this program right from the very beginning till now. Thank you, Noor, for being here and joining us.
My pleasure.
Please associate us with your programs, next coming programs. Kindly associate us with your programs.
Yes, definitely. Yes, sir. We are going to next 25 May. So I will invite you personally, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.